Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the evil that men do. Father God, I pray and ask that you help me to have mercy on others the same way I would want you to have mercy on me. Father God, I also ask that you help me to be quick to forgive and slow to get angry. Amen, amen, amen. These young dudes out here don't respect shit until you put the barrel in their ear and let the text spit. I just might catch a case on my next hit, remove their whole face on some special effect shit. So show respect, Drake, or I'ma have a flashback. Digging through the dresser like fuck it, where my mask at? Then mash back with the banger and damage shit and say fuck everything I learned in anger management. Hop back on some east side managed shit and push a nigga's top back when I let the cannon spit. Start planning shit, premeditation. I'm in love with the streets again, rededication. Casket or cremation when I shoot you down. I was built for the smoke like a hookah lounge. I keep big shit that sound like a bazooka sound, and I shoot quicker than ain't gotta be a hoop around. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Gun on me, it ain't never for show. Homie, I'm far from a bully, but I'm never a hoe. Get out of line, my Beretta will blow. Real talk, we can take the beef wherever we go. I bring it to your front door like I'm Uber Eats. I guarantee you listen up when this Ruger speaks. Plus I maneuver through these streets like a ghost, and I'm handy with the heat. I cook a nigga like a roast. On me, homie, this is not a boast. I will still come through, boy, and stop a nigga's post. Play him close, man, Eric will ease it. Quickly off the waistband, man, and Eric will squeeze it. Leave you niggas laid out dead or paraplegic. Niggas playing in these streets while I'm very strategic. I come to your house dressed like the gas man. Shoot you 9 times, leave you stretched by the trash can. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with the 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. I don't put shit on Facebook, I just holler in person. Put the pistol in your mouth while you're hollering and cursing. All that shit you kept rehearsing and put on your live. Got your clap with the big 4-5. You bitch nigga, if you tell me to pull up, I'ma do that. That nigga who was whooping first nigga that I shoot at. Ski mask on my face, bystanders be like, who that? I ain't with the talking, bitch, boy, I thought you knew that. Leave his brains where my shoe at and bounce like I'm on a trampoline. Leave you laid out, nigga, like you camping on the scene. If you want something sweet, grab a peach or tangerine. Niggas won't smoke, but fuck it, I'ma let them handle steam. AR with the beam, you see the red dot? We tug on this trigger, nigga, it'll make your head pop. Blood pouring down to your shoes, call it Red Sox. Your brains hanging all over your shoulders like some dreadlocks. Expect the gang of dead off if they ever cross the line. The Lord said in the Bible, oh, revenge is mine. So I'm just trying to find a righteous path between the two. Before I lose control and do the shit I used to do. This being humble shit is new. I'm trying to turn the other cheek, but I ain't never been a bitch, so watch your mouth when you speak. Your mercy's what I seek, so I pray on bended knees. Don't let me get the K with the extended clip and squeeze. Lord, please. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps.
All right, y'all. What's happening? As they say out here in the streets. What's happening? All right. Good to see all of y'all, man. Glad y'all here on this nice and breezy Sunday afternoon out here in sunny Los Angeles, California. It's about I had the weather here. Hold on. Hold on. It was 86 degrees out here. 86 degrees. Nice, toasty, but you know, I it's still, you know, Still warm out there, man. So if you go out there, make sure you make sure you got some shorts on, but maybe bring some long pants. As my pops used to say, bring you some long pants just in case. All right. Good afternoon, man, everybody. Good afternoon, good evening if you in the East Coast. Let's do it. Let's get started, y'all. Because I don't think we're gonna be around here a long time, man. It's not a lot to discuss, man, with this Kamala Harris and Donald Trump situation. It's bad. It's bad. It's like choosing between spoiled tomatoes or spoiled onions. Which one do you want? You know what I mean? You got to pick one, right? You got to pick one, right? But we're gonna talk about it. We're gonna talk about it, man. I'm gonna try to get as many people involved as I can today. Let me first thing before we do anything, man. Let's shout out Brother Eric, man. Shout out to Brother Eric, better known 16 to Life, letting us use that music. Going over to his YouTube page, 16 to Life, the YouTube page, man, and check the brother out. Good dude, man. He did a lot of time in the California prison, got smart, got out, and now he's trying to just, stop the kids from going in there. Brother Eric's a good dude, man. Go check him out. You might like what he got going on over there, man. Okay, that's Brother Eric, man. Shout out to Brother Eric letting us use that music. Who else? What else we got going on? Oh, I already told y'all about the title of the stuff. We might go someplace else, right? Patrice sent me a bunch of stuff. We might go a couple of different places, so we'll see. But definitely this Kamala Harris thing, I don't think it's gonna take too long. Who else is in the building? Let's check everybody in, man, so we can get started. Von Bryant's in the building. Shout out to Von Bryant, first one on the docket. Said greetings, joy, peace, and grace and abundance. Shout out to Von, man. Von's a good dude, good sport always, man. Who else in the building? Our Jewish brother Vagoda's in the building. Shout out to Vagoda. Glad to see you. I gotta get with Vagoda, man. I keep woofing to Vagoda. Yeah, we're gonna do it. But I gotta get with Vagoda, man. I gotta get with Vagoda. So maybe next Saturday. Had a lot going on this week, so couldn't get with Vagoda this week. But next Saturday, Vagoda. But shout out to Vagoda, man. He's over in Israel, dodging those whatever's coming his way, man. Shout out to the brother, man. Glad he's still alive and still able to give us an update or two on what's actually going on the ground over there, right? But shout out to Vagoda. Who else in the building, man? OG Patrice in the building. OG Patrice said greetings and say taste family. Shout out to Patrice. Patrice always is like funneling me different stories and topics. So we might go with another one of Patrice's stories today. We'll see. We'll see how the clock treats us, right? Speaking of the clock, man, shout out to Sister Annie, my Taurus sister. She said, "Hey, Brother Clarence, just to let you know, don't do no funny stuff, man. The clock is already ticking on you, man." You gotta know, man. You gotta know when you got to know when you got some smart people with you, man. You got to let them do what they do best, man, which is to encourage you to do better, right? So Sister Annie's always encouraging me to do better, man, because I ain't got no sense sometimes. But shout out to Sister Annie. She's a Taurus too, man. So I do not mess with these Tauruses, man. Man, Sister Annie, man, every once in a while we'll disagree on something, right? But guess who I always go with? I usually go with her. Man. We disagree on something. But shout out to the good sister, man. Just like Patrice, good sister, man. Who else in the building, man? Who else is in the building? I think that's everybody that's in the building that wants to be. We're going to say I won't be here for long, but if you do the broadcast tomorrow night, I can stay as long as I want Tuesday. Tish B'Av. Okay, so that won't be today, Vagoda. We won't do it today. We have to do it. See, I got to give you your own day, Vagoda. I have to give you your own topic. I can't do you and other topics on the same day. I can't do it, man, because it's too much to unpack. When you bring a lot of stuff, you explain what's actually going on the ground over there, man. It's a lot. So we can't just, oh yeah, we'll just talk about that and then talk about something else. We need to be able to put a whole day on just what you're talking about. But we're going to say it's a religious day of obsolescence on which we do not work in short. Yeah. I think I remember that because I worked out in West Los Angeles, a lot of Jewish communities over there, and I had days where they wouldn't let us in. They wouldn't even answer the door. We see the cars in the driveway, but they wouldn't even answer the door, you know. All right, let's see. Patrice said, "Do you see the links?" I think I did, Patrice. I think I did. So check your email, and you know, everybody on the home team at least should have a link. But we're gonna put the link out here kind of early. I just want to go through a couple of things real quick and find out what everybody's take is on the big decision you got to make in what is that, November? You got a big decision to make in November, man. You got to decide who you like, who you hate the least, and who's going to do the most damage, right? That's basically what you got to decide. Which one of these characters is going to do the most damage, the least damage, and which one is the most likable, right? Well, out of the two, maybe it's probably going to be Kamala Harris because she don't have the kind of, you know, past misgivings that we like Donald Trump has, right? But then again, Washington, D.C. is not where you send Boy Scouts to run for office. You don't send Boy Scouts and Girl Scouts up there. There ain't no Girl Scouts. Oh, Clarence, there's people up there with no blood on their hands. No, everybody has, at that level, everybody has blood on their hands. At that level. American politics is just set up that way. Right? Well, Vagoda, we're not going to talk about, I got to set this stuff up, Vagoda. You know, it takes me a while to set this stuff up, man. Even the people that get links, give me a minute to set this kind of stuff up. So, but I want to get with you, Vagoda. I am, man, because I really want to open up a lot of questions that you have. You know what I mean? But, you know, you got to give me like half hour, 45 minutes, man. I got to set this whole situation up. Maybe the whole team can sneak in there, man, but they, you know what I'm saying? The home team put bricks in here, man. When we were struggling and floundering, the home team was here, man, you know, so they get a little special. I know what class I should get. I know you know, I love you, Vagoda, but the home team, man, they put bricks into this building that we got here, man. So you gotta excuse me. I'm gonna give them a little more deference than average people, man. But you know, you still my guy, Vagoda. You still my guy. I just you know, you got to understand how Brother Clarence works. All right. So, y'all ready? Let's get into it. I think we get into it. Thank you, Vagoda. Appreciate you, brother. All right. So, let's get into it, man. Okay. So, why don't y'all like Donald Trump, man? Why don't y'all like Donald Trump? What is going on? Like, how come the people don't like Donald Trump? It seemed like, you know, you either love him or you hate him, right? Okay, so let's look at what the media is putting out there about Donald Trump, so we can see. Now, in this clip, this is they're going to talk about when he was asked to denounce the white supremacy movements and all of that. He didn't do it. So that's pretty much telling you about this cat already, right? But let's take a look at it. Let's take a listen.
But are you willing tonight to condemn white supremacists and militia groups and to say that they need to stand down and not add to the violence in a number of these cities, as we saw in Kenosha and as we've seen in Portland?
Sure,
are you
I'm
prepared to specifically
do it?
Well,
I would say almost everything I see is from the left wing, not from the right wing.
So what are you saying?
I'm willing to do anything. I want to see peace.
Then do it, sir.
Say it. Do it. Say it. Do you want to call him? What do you want to call him? Give me.
So he's looking right there, man. He got stuck, right? What do you want me to call him, right? I don't know, the White Knights, you know, the whatever they call themselves, the Proud Boys, whatever they call themselves, right? But, you know, he wasn't expecting that when that one came out of left field for him, right? And so he's like, man, but those are my biggest supporters. How can I put them down? Well, let's see how it goes, man. Let's see how it goes.
Give me a name. Give me a
white
name.
Supremacists and
white supremacists and right
Proud Boys.
Proud Boys. stand back and stand by. But I'll tell you what.
Okay, stand back and stand by. Is that putting them down? But I don't even know. See, here's the thing, man. Here's the thing. He's not going to put down these white supremacy groups. Never. No, at no time. Right? He can't do it. It's the biggest base. Can't do it. Can't do it. Now, meanwhile, what they're going to try to do is Jeff Johnson, Kamala Harris, in my opinion. They're going to Jeff Johnson her. Jeff Johnson? What's that? Jeff Johnson. You remember Eddie Murphy did a movie called The Distinguished Gentleman, right? Where he ran a whole campaign pretending to be somebody that was dead, right? The guy that actually died on the job, Eddie Murphy had the same name. And so he was running basically the same campaign. He went to the guy's wife and got all of the campaign stuff that he had left over, and he used all of that, and he won. And he won running off this dude. The dude had died, but the people still voted for the dude, right? But they didn't know they was voting for Eddie Murphy, right? So I'm thinking that's the plan for Kamala Harris, because you haven't seen Kamala Harris coming out here and actually addressing the whole voting situation, right? You know, you've seen her vice president more than you've seen her speaking publicly, right? And I think that's probably because her people told her, hey, people don't want no woman as a president right now. Just let this dude keep talking. Once they fall in love with him, they'll vote for you. And let Donald Trump just keep talking. Donald Trump is Donald Trump is what do you call that? He said they're probably telling her Donald Trump is your best marketing tool. Just let him keep talking. Right? He just keeps talking. The people are gonna say we have no choice but to vote the other way. We have no choice. If we put this person in power, he's gonna turn the already oligarchy that we got already into a super oligarchy, right? Basically what Reagan did, right? Basically what Reagan did. Just stop Reagan. Oh, Clarence, you can't talk about Ronald Reagan. Ronald Reagan was one of our greatest presidents. Yeah, if you were rich, he was. I will admit that. If you were rich and white, hey, Donald Trump was the best. But if you weren't rich and white, ouch, right? Ouch. Ronald Reagan single-handedly killed the the American education budget. Killed it. He literally cut it in half, or even more than in half. I mean, meanwhile, his wife was running around with the whole, just say no to drugs, right? Or DARE, whatever. Remember DARE? Right? His wife was doing that. So his wife was working one angle of one side of the street. He was working the other side of the street saying, if your kid can't afford to pay for himself or herself to go to college, forget that. If your kid is African American and because of the racist system that has been placed in front of them and had been placed in front of them for 400 years, no, we don't care, right? This ain't about equality. It's about using these funds the way we want to use them, right? I'm just saying, be honest. Don't say you for equality, you're not. And most of these guys, at least, what I say about the Republicans, they're at least honest enough a lot of times to say they don't want equality. They don't want that. They want to do it the way they want to do it. Okay. Okay. But just tell us that, right? Sister Annie said, I'm drunk off the water today. Girl, please, right? Anyway, let's finish up with Trump. Let's finish up. Here we go.
Perhaps no moment revealed Donald Trump more than that one right there. Given the opportunity to disavow and condemn white supremacists or the Proud Boys or any of the racist.
No, I think the grabbing the ladies and the lady parts, I think that really defined who Donald Trump was. I think he was so arrogant. He really he just says, "Hey, look, I'm gonna just grab you in the biscuits. What you gonna do? And it's gonna make you famous that I grabbed you in the biscuits." But now a lot of that stuff is coming back to haunt him. All right, let's go.
And vile groups, white supremacists, he couldn't do it. Told to stand back and stand by instead. So it is noteworthy today to inform you of who is pulling the plug in support of Donald Trump. Some of those same white supremacists, one of whom dined with Donald Trump at his club at Mar-a-Lago, coming out and declaring war today against his campaign. Nick Fuentes now says Trump isn't living up to the America First values that Fuentes and his band of white supremacists expect.
What? Nick Fuentes is now against Donald Trump? So that would mean that Fuentes actually wants, I don't know if let me say it this way. He may not want Kamala Harris to win, but a vote against Donald Trump is a vote for Kamala Harris. Can y'all do that math? We can all do we can all do this math in our head, right? A not vote for one is a vote for the other one. When you get to this scale, that's what it is. There is no other choice. Oh, but Clarence, I could vote independent. You can, but every vote that you don't vote for either one of the people is a vote for the more popular candidate. That's just the reality of that situation. That's the mathematics behind this stuff. If you do the mathematics behind it, right? Clarence, I didn't vote for nobody. Okay. If you don't vote for nobody, I'm just giving you the effect, the result of what you're doing. I'm not telling you who to vote for or who to vote for. Shout out to Jeff. Good to see you in the building, Jeff. Yeah, I'm not telling you who to vote for or not to vote for. I'm showing you the mechanics of how this works, right? I like the mechanics. There's a show called Chernobyl, right? There was a Russian what do you call that? Nuclear electricity plant that had a implosion or explosion in the nuclear plant. That and it wasn't supposed to happen, but it happened because just a what do you call that? Everything lined up to where there was going to be this problem, right? This huge problem, right? But I like to know what happened. How did this happen? What happened in the middle of it? Okay, so that's where we are now. We're trying to figure out what are we going to do? You got a maniac lunatic out here, right? You got a lunatic. He's probably going senile, right? Remember the old school, the old campaign? The old campaign, he was walking around with his wife all the time. Not this campaign. Not this campaign. This campaign, you're all by yourself, buddy. You know what I'm saying? Now, I don't have no problem with Trump. I don't have no problem with Kamela personally, right? But it's funny that some of his white supremacist comrades are kind of like saying, wait a minute, hold on. You're supposed to be like, hey, what's that stuff? Where he help black people and help people? F that, right? F those programs. What they call them, right? When white people was getting that money, they called it help, right? They called it, educating our future, right? That's what white people called it when when white people were getting scholarship, when white people get scholarships, when black people get scholarships, it's a handout. It's a handout, right? Why are we handing these people money, right? What do you mean? What are you talking about handing people money? We've been handing people money for the longest. Black people just the ones just got in line, right? But when black people are in line, now we're doing handouts, right? When white people was helping each other during the Vietnam War, when they was poor, they was calling them, helping the needy, right? Supporting the needy, right? When this stuff started going left, when black people started getting in those bread lines and getting in those church lines, now we helping the poor, right? We feeding the poor. I mean, it's a semantics, but now you got to understand the language of the white supremacists is in the semantics. It's in the semantics. That's how they can signal each other to do different things. It's in the semantics, right? And the person at the top of the food chain at this point is Donald Trump, right? We saw when the attack came on the Capitol, right, that he was able to make that happen. And the funny thing, he didn't get charged for it, right? Can't charge him for nothing, right? I don't know if the other charges they got against him gonna stick, because he has so many friends that can make some moves for him. All right, let's continue, y'all, because Trump, man, Nick Fuentes is mad at him.
Adding this quote, without serious changes, we're headed for a catastrophic loss. At least he can read a poll. Joining our coverage, NBC News correspondent Vaughn Hilliard. Vaughn, what's going on in MAGA world?
This is the difficult part, is when a clear delineation is not made and Nick Fuentes ultimately makes his way to your dinner table at your private estate alongside the likes of Kanye West. Suddenly there are some added expectations. And let's be very clear, Nick Fuentes has been a long-time figure calling for Groyper Nation, which is another word for white nationalists. He has called Christian white males the secret sauce of America. He said January 6th did not go far enough. And so in his eyes...
He said January 6th, he go to Vagoda said, what's the name of Rico's YouTube channel? You know what, Vagoda, I'm kind of busy right now. I can't get that to you, man. I really don't know. I don't know the name of his channel. I don't know if he's got a name. I have to look it up. That's how much I don't know about Rico's channel. I'd have to look it up, but I don't have time right now, Vagoda. But I'll ask Rico to get that to you, man. Yeah. He said January 6th didn't go far. You didn't kill enough cops. You didn't kill enough cops. Should be more cops dead. But here this dude is running around in his mega hat. Hey, everything is everything, right? This is the same dude that sat down with Pearly Pearl, right? Some of y'all is in tight with Pearly Pearl, right? This is the same cat that sat down with Pearly Pearl. And Pearly Pearl was like, yeah, man, I see where you coming from. Yeah. Right? Ain't nothing wrong with being white. Ain't nothing wrong with being a Christian. Right? Ain't nothing wrong with being a male. Ain't nothing wrong with those things, right? But it's when you bond together based on unrighteousness, that's when we say, uh-oh. That's why I don't even say white supremacists. I say white tribal supremacists. Why you throw the tribal in there, Clarence? Because they would do this stuff to each other. They've been doing it to each other. See, y'all get stuck on the fact that they doing it to us as black people. Y'all get stuck on that. No, man. They have been doing this wickedness to each other before you was even on their radar, right? They've been doing this stuff. So it has nothing to do with them being white per se. Some of it stems from they feel like they're just better than the other person, whether you white or whether you Italian, whether you Greek, whether you Jewish, whatever tribe they from, as a Caucasian, they're gonna. Let me explain something to y'all. Because y'all, Martin was right. Freud and them was right. As a black person, you represent annihilation of the Caucasian race. You represent that. Maybe you don't have that intention. You don't have that mindset. Most of us, we don't think about that. We're not trying to do nothing like that, right? Just trying to live our lives and be happy, right? But you got to see it from their perspective. Their perspective is your presence, not even the fact that you might not be trying to do it, but your presence is a threat to their total existence. So therefore, some of them are going to always have a hatred for you, always, right? Because we call that white supremacy. I know, but it's tribal because they feel the same way with each other. You had a group of Greeks, and they would do the same things to the Italians because they felt like the Italians would wipe out the Greeks, right? By having sex, by having heterosexual sex. You're not going to wipe anybody out with homosexual sex. That's nothing. That's, if for most races, homosexual sex is negotiable. It's not even negotiable. It's unnegotiable. It's not even something that would make a difference as far as the what's the word I want to use? Population. Vagoda said, Clarence, Jews are not white. Europeans of European nation. Vagoda, all white people are not European from origin. All white people are not. This is why I want to talk to you about the origin of Jewish people. I get that, but we know that there's two cases. There's two cases of white people. There's a general case, right? Those what were those people called in the Bible? Gentiles, right? There's a general type of white person, right? The Gentile, and then of course there's the Jew, who's the exception. He's the exceptional case. He's Caucasian, but he thinks he's better than the other Caucasian, right? According to the Bible. This is the Bible talking, right? So we had two people to deal with, right? Not all Jews are white. I know that. I know that not all Jews are white. We're talking about the ones of Caucasian descent. That's all we're talking about, Vagoda. All right. So anyway, the people, our people, the Caucasian and the Jew. We're gonna say the Jew, right? And a lot of other ones, a lot of other different tribes of Caucasians. One thing they can all agree on is that the African, or what is called African man, the Asiatic black man, represents, just with his lifestyle. If the Asiatic black man, the original man, was let loose on all these women of all these different races, that could destroy and decimate their population. They understand that. Well, the more advanced thinking of them understand that, right? Some of them is just hate for hate, right? And they don't know why they hate, but this is the nuts and bolts of it. It's really has to do with annihilation, right? And what the black man represents. That's why when if they weren't so upset with that or afraid of that, they would have been letting you have sex with Caucasian women. But they tried to stop that, and they even told Caucasian women you guys got, we had tails, and we would give them diseases, and we would, having sex with us Why? Because it was to remove the curiosity that the white woman had about having sex with a black man and make it a safety issue so that she would not even feel like, hey, I'm willing to, because if you make it just a don't do it because I said it, then she might go against the grain. But if you make it a safety issue, now it's a safety issue. That's different. Oh, I got to stay away from them. My daddy told me, having sex with a black man, you're going to get HIV like right away. Have sex with a black man, you're going to get diabetes or you're going to get this or that, whatever, right? That's why they made it illegal. It was illegal for you to have sex with a white woman. Why? Why you think it was illegal? It's illegal for you to have sex with a white woman at one point, right? I forgot what rule. Rico came in here and told us what rule it was. I forgot what law that is. It's still a law, I think, because they get a lot of these trafficking cases from that same law. But the law was that you could not have sex with white women. That was the basic theme and premise of the law. You as a black person could not have. It was a crime for you as a black person to have sex with a white person, or with typically a white woman, right? So we get that. We get that. That's where a lot of that hatred comes from. Is not the fact that you did anything. What did you do to earn their hatred? Besides being born the way God told you to be born. If God made you black, then you black, right? But why wouldn't they take their case to the potter? They're taking their case to the pot instead of taking their case to the potter. I'm trying to show you how unrighteous they are. A righteous person would say, this vessel was made for dishonor of me and my family. This vessel you made, this black man, he's your vessel. You made him. So now I got an issue with you, God. Why would I blame him? He didn't ask to be put in this position. Therefore, he is innocent. But I'm going to charge, but the unrighteous person and the righteous person would say, go to God with it and say, God, you did this. I got to charge you with this, right? But an unrighteous person is not going to charge the potter. He'll charge the pot. He'll say, hey, you think you something just because you was born? Hey, I never said I was nothing. I just want a right to live free and clear, just like any other human being. Oh, you want too much. You should be only at my foot, right? At my feet, begging for another opportunity to get another piece of money with my face on it. We're going to say, what? In the book, the word Caucasian is not mentioned. I understand that. We'll go to, they didn't use words like that in the Bible time. They didn't use words like that, right? So, of course, it's not going to be in there. Just like saying, hey, I'll be telling you, hey, we'll go to LA ain't in the Bible, right? What you mean? Los Angeles wasn't here yet, right? So, of course, it's not going to be in the Bible, right? United States wasn't here yet, but the United States is not going to be here, right? They're going to make reference to a state like that, a similar state, Babylon. They're going to make references to stuff like that, but there's not going to never be, because books are only, books can only go on based on they're made based on the contemporary viewpoints and language that people use, right? You take a book from today and put it out 200 years from now, those people might not even talk that way no more. It's just like the sign okay, right? Just like this sign here, okay, right? If I say okay, this is the okay sign, right? But that's how they talk back then, right? 200 years, they might not know what okay means, right? Or this is the peace sign, right? 200 years, they might not know what the peace sign is. What are you talking about? right? So we have to kind of study to try to get an idea of what they was talking about. And the bad part is, if you find a pastor or a preacher or imam or rabbi that tells you stuff, and then they're wrong, how do you check them? You gotta stay ready. You gotta read up, man. Gotta read up. Vigoda says, and you mentioned the European nations. You mentioned the Jews. That's what annoys me. We don't fit into this category. Jewish people are from the Middle East. Okay, I keep telling you, Vigoda, you are not from the Middle East. You are a transplant there, just like you are a transplant here, just like you're a transplant in Jerusalem. You're a transplant. That's not your origination, right? That's why we keep having this discussion. Show me these ancient Jews. Hey, you keep mentioning ancient Jews. We'll go to what ancient Jews? Ancient is probably what? Let's give it a number. Let's say your ancient is over 10,000 years. Can't find no Jews nowhere over 10,000 years old. You can't. Black people been here for millions of years, but you can't find no ancient Jews, ancient Gentiles. None of that stuff is ancient. And if I'm wrong, Vigoda, please do your best to point me to a place that's going to show me ancient Jews. 10,000, 20,000 years, 50,000 years ago. Show me that. But you won't be able to show me that. You won't be able to show me that. But hey, I'm willing to listen, man. No disrespect. I love you, but right is right, wrong is wrong, right? That's why we're going to have this discussion, Vigoda, so you can clear this up for me. Shout out to Marcus. Marcus in the building. Shout out to Brother Marcus in the building. All right. Nick Fuentes says, you didn't go hard enough when you killed all them cops on January 6th and the rest of the uprising they had, right? He said, you didn't go hard enough, right? Shout out to Rilla. Glad to see you in the building, my brother. Good to see you. I'm going to put the link out, and baby, give me about 15 more minutes, man. Try to get through some of this Trump stuff, and then we're going to put the link out, man. We'll see who you going to vote for. Who you going to vote for? Can I write in Minister Farrakhan's name? I don't think so. I don't even think Ms. Farrakhan would take that job at 92. Woo. Holy smokes. Shout out to you, really, man. Stay on it, man. Yeah, man. Whose name can I write in? Right? Can I write in Chicago Rilla? I don't even know if Chicago Rilla, he got too much peace and love in his life right now, man. I don't know if he want to exchange all that peace and love for, man, all that drama that presidency gonna drop on you, man. Woo! Holy smokes. Talking about them going through your life, man, with a fine-tooth comb. Holy smokes. Remember when Trump said that Barack Obama wasn't an American? He said he had to pay. Hey, he said he had the paperwork to prove it, right? Hey, Mr. Trump, we still waiting on that paperwork, right? Rilla said, we won't know Kamala's official platform until the DNC. Yeah, I know. See, what they're doing is they're tucking her away, in my opinion. This is my opinion, Rilla. They're tucking her away. They're letting the dude do all the talking right now. And they're going to spring her out when it's the 11th hour, right? When you ain't, there is no other choice. You can't even say you're not going to vote. They're going to spring her out after Donald Trump has said so many different wild and crazy statements that you're just going to be like, man, your hatred for Donald Trump is going to make you pull that lever for her. That's my opinion. That's the strategy I think they're using, right? Vaughn said Kamala hasn't spoken out about her policy yet. She's not. I don't think she is. I think the smart thing to do is let the guy talk, right? Let the guy just do all the talking. She kicked back, and then once enough hatred is built up for for Donald Trump, because I think their strategy is just let him talk. Just let him keep on talking. By the time he says enough stuff, the people gonna hate him so bad, they're gonna choose you just out of hate for him. Right? Because I said, no, Clarence, no, I am not a stranger in Jerusalem. I am not a stranger in my country. I am not a stranger in the Middle East. It's insulting and racist to say that. I'm not being racist. I'm just saying you're not originally from there. Now, you may have been there and you guys took it over. I'm not saying you didn't take it over. You did. But I'm just saying that's not where you're originally from. And if you can prove it, prove it. I keep asking for proof for this stuff, but you won't give me no proof. Yes, you have been there. You have been there. You took it over. Okay, yeah, okay. I'm not denying that. But are you originally from there? How could you be originally from there? When you know the math ain't mathing, Pagoda. I have nothing against the Jewish people, man. Nothing against you. We just telling truth here. I'm not being racist. We just telling truth, right? You can find something that says you are the original person from Jerusalem, then fine, say it. Put it out here. And T-Biz says she's already spoken on her policies. I mean, I don't know, and I think they're gonna tuck her away for a little bit more. They're gonna let Trump say a bunch of different stuff. They're gonna let this guy walk down the middle of the road. Her running mate, they're gonna let him walk down the middle of the road, right? And they're gonna and the plan is tuck her away until he has said so many different things that she could throw a bunch of stuff at him. You know, she said, well, you said this and you said that and you said this, right? All right, y'all. Let me bring y'all in, man, because you know what I'm saying, I'm up here talking. Pagoda's mad at me again, right? Pagoda's mad at me again, right? So anyway, y'all can come up here, man. Y'all want to hash it out? Hash it out. Who are you gonna vote for? Who are you gonna vote for? See, here's the thing. What benefit are you gonna get? Because this is a real question. What benefit are we as Black people going to get by voting for either or? Well, Clarence, it shouldn't be about race. It should be about us as a people, right? It should be, but every other group, American politics is a group dynamic. It's a group game. It's not a one game. It's not a we're all Americans game. They portray it like that. But when you get down to it, the Asians gave Donald Trump money. The Greeks gave Donald Trump money. This group, the Latinos give you money. I mean, when it gets down to it's a group game. It's a group game, right? But that's what they don't tell you. They tell you one vote for one candidate, right? But they have groups, political action committees that are here to try to help us, to try to nudge us to vote for what the person they want us to vote for. Why? Because they got an agenda for that person to handle once they get in the office, right? Hey, Clarence, when you get in the office, you got to handle this, right? We're gonna give you this $40 million, but when you get elected, we expect this law to get passed. We expect this law to get passed. We expect this to happen, right? They give you an agenda. Why? Why? Because American politics is a quid pro quo system. It's a quid pro quo. What you gonna do for me? I'll do for you if you do for me, right? Shout out to Father MC, right? If you do for me, I will do for you. But if you don't do for me, I ain't gonna do for you. And the only people still going for the okie doke is Black people. We're the only ones still going for the okie doke. I'm gonna vote my heart, right? I think Kamala Harris is a better person than Trump, which is, in American politics is totally irrelevant. The character of the person, totally irrelevant. These people don't vote based on their character. They have advisors. When you get to this level, you have advisors come in. You have a board of advisors come in. And they say, Mr. President, if you pick option A, 50,000 people are going to die. Mr. President, if you pick option B, 40,000 people are going to die. Okay. Well, then if the 40,000 people are going to die, then let me choose that option. We saw this with Barack Obama, right? They call Barack Obama a killer. But people don't understand, when you get to a certain level of politics, those are your options. Option A is this many people's going to die. Option B is this many people's going to die. There is no other option out there. Y'all ain't hearing me. Pagoda.
Good evening, Clarence.
Good evening. Hold on one second. Who is this? Who's MAC? Merck. I don't know who that is yet, man. I gotta see that you're a human being, man, because I don't know who you are, and we don't do that funny stuff over here. Gotta let me see your face. I don't know if this is Marcus. Oh, it's Marcus. Okay. All right, let me bring Marcus up. Okay. First,
what's up? You hear me?
I'm gonna get to Pagoda. Okay, Pagoda. What is it, Pagoda? What is it? What is it?
Lovely logo you have, Marcus. Well, first of all, Clarence, you're the last person that I want to be mad here, be angry at here. But still, Clarence, God's sake. You show me so much promise and be nice to me. I don't like to be angry at you, but goddamn, Clarence, what you said? Oh my God!
Just tell the truth, Pagoda. Just tell me the truth.
Okay, okay. You looked in the comments. I put a link to a page on Wikipedia, and you look. I also put, this is about, you're talking about Trump right now, so I don't think it's for right now. But, after you finish and after I go to sleep, you can look at what I put in the comments in the Wikipedia and look at all your audience could look and see it for themselves if they want. Let's see where I put the link. Well, anyway, when you get into the link of the Wikipedia, search for why DNA of Ashkenazi Jews. Okay?
Okay.
You can and see for yourself the proof.
What is that going to tell me, Pagoda?
That's going to tell you where my DNAs come from. That's what it's going to tell you.
But I never questioned where your DNA comes from.
Yes, you did, Clarence. Yes, you did. You said that I'm not original.
I said, no, listen to what I'm saying.
I'm not an implant.
I'm not saying that you
Jews are not implant. They come back to the end of their ancestors. That's what they are.
Listen to me. I'm not saying that Jews are not from that area. What I'm saying is they're not originally from that area. That's all I'm saying to you. They might have been spent, 1,000 years there, 6,000, whatever. They might have spent that time there, but they are not originally from there. That's my point. And if you can prove otherwise, because you can't mathematically prove otherwise.
Yes, I can.
Okay, how can you prove it when?
First of all, you can look later in the. You can look later in the link. It proves that I'm from here. I'm not understanding when you say that we are here, but we are not technically there from you are.
Pagoda, wait.
Pagoda,
wait. The link didn't show up. You can't put links out there. You as a person in the chat can't put links out there. So put the link back here so that I can look it up.
I'm using my phone, so I need give me. The link of the wiki is for my computer.
Okay.
So I can send you the link to that in the email.
Okay. Now here's my question to you, and I want you to think about it very carefully. Do you believe that the black people are the original race of people which all other races come from? Do you believe that?
First of all, okay, Clarence. First of all, we are all Homo sapiens. So there's we can talk about black race, Arab race, Turkish race, whatever. In the end of the day, we are all Homo sapiens.
No. We might be all Homo sapiens, but there's some Homo sapiens that come from other Homo sapiens. All other Homo sapiens come from one Homo sapien. That is a proven fact. That's a mathematical fact.
From a small group of Homo sapien. Okay. So
if that's the case, then how did you just pop up there? If you come from me, listen to me. If you come from me and I ain't there, then how you just pop up there? So
Clarence, first of all, you aren't my parents and you aren't my grandpa. So how I came from you exactly?
You were brought into being, right? This
what?
This Jew stuff, man, and now they're shutting us down, man.
Hey, man, you said the word, man. You said the word, man. I didn't say nothing.
But I love this brother, man. I just let's be right and exact. You know what I'm saying? Let's just be right and exact. You know what I mean?
So what you want to say that? Let me get a second. What you want to say? You are trying to say that the whole Homo sapiens came from Homo sapiens that with dark skin. That's what you are trying to say.
That's not what I'm saying. That's what the scientific community is saying.
Yes, that's a fact. Well, the first Homo sapiens look like more like you. It's a fact.
That's not what Clarence is saying. Clarence is just in agreement with that because I haven't seen any other proof of anything else. If you show me something else that works, then I will be in agreement with that. But that's the only thing that makes sense, right? It's like Columbo. Remember the show Columbo? Hey, this is the only way it's going to work. Is if the lady's already dead. Now there's no reason why there's no fingerprints on the phone, right? So this is the only way this works is if there's one person that comes. Okay, so if that's been established, where's this person come from? How can we be here all these years and then this one person's not here? And then all of a sudden they show up. What happened? And so that's a whole nother discussion. I don't want to get into that right now, but that's a whole nother discussion. Okay? But I'm just saying.
Okay, Clarence, I have a question for you.
Okay.
The Chinese are native to China?
Are they native? No, they are not native to China. No, they are not.
Okay. So you are saying that the Han Chinese are not native to China. But what about the Japanese? They are native to Japan?
But they have been there. They have roots there. They've been there a long time. But the Chinese ain't no ancient Chinese. You go back.
Actually, they are Chinese.
Yeah, they've been around a little longer than the Jews. But you go back 50,000. You don't see them. You don't see nothing.
Yeah, you don't see them. So
my point is, for Goda, the Chinese have been in China for all that time. Are they natural to that part of the planet? No, but they have taken over and taken dominion over what they've been given. Okay, so they got it. That's cool. They've been there for a while, but that doesn't mean they're native. That's all I'm saying. I mean, that doesn't mean they don't have roots there, and they, that's all I'm saying. Anyway,
so according to what you are saying, there's no such thing as a native.
I'm not saying there's no such thing as a native. What I'm saying is they are not native to that part of the world, just like the Jew is not native to that part of the world. That's all I'm saying. That's
okay. So according to you, Clarence, where I'm native to? According to you,
I will get into that when we get into the discussion. Right now, we're talking about the presidency.
I hope that you're not going to say Europe, because that's definitely going to piss me off.
I'm not.
Also, Clarence, I have a question for you. When you said, when you said when you talked about European peoples and minorities there, why you didn't mention the Gypsies? Why you don't call the Gypsies Europeans?
Why don't I call them Europeans?
Yeah, why you don't call the Gypsies Europeans?
I don't.
Or if I should say the Roma.
Do you hear me speaking on the Gypsies? I'm not speaking.
You said that you mentioned the number of European people, and you mentioned the Jews in that category. So why not the Gypsies?
Because I'm not mentioning a lot of different people. If you haven't heard, if you're listening, I'm only mentioning the two categories of Caucasian people that people know right off the top, right? There's other groups of Caucasian, just like you mentioned China, right? There's other groups of Asian people that you didn't even mention, right? But
I have a question for you, Clarence.
Okay.
Tell me something.
This your last question.
No, let me. Okay,
Wait.
and then I'm going to go to sleep. I need to go to sleep.
You gotta listen to me. Gotta listen to me, man. This is your last off-topic question, and then we're done.
Okay.
All right, go ahead.
Then I'm going to sleep. I just came here because of what I heard you say.
Okay.
But in any case, look. First of all, let me tell you a little secret. Most of the Jews in Israel are not Ashkenazi, or what some lady here a few months ago said, "You white Jews." Okay, most of the Jews here are Mizrahi Jews. If you want to be, if you want to be, go to numbers, and that's before we talk about Jews from India and from Ethiopia. So Ashkenazi Jews, in terms of their proportion in the Jews here, are I would say 40%, something like this, and that's before we talk about the one that are mixed.
Okay.
So, okay, so the average Israeli is not Caucasian. That I can promise you. Maybe I have Caucasian people, but still.
The reason why it's like that, you talking about there's a lot of mixed Jews out there, but this is why I told you earlier that one of Jesus's missions was to get everybody off of the bloodline and onto the character of how, if somebody's going to be in the hereafter, it's not going to be based on their bloodline, which was a lot of that was a big thing in the Old Testament. In the New Testament, when Jesus comes, now it's not the bloodline because it's so much, everybody's so mixed up. Now it's the character of the person. It's not the color. It's not the bloodline. It's not the riches. It's none of that. It's the character of the person. That's why I said I'm just telling the truth. Okay, we're just talking truth.
Okay, Clarence. Look, I'm not a Christian, but still, in terms of that stuff, you had in the Old Testament. Let's take for example King David's grandmother. She was not Jewish. She was where you have Arabs today. But never mind that.
We'll go to. I promise you, man. We'll discuss all of this.
Okay, I gave you. Okay? I gave you a link in Wikipedia. I sent you proof. Let's talk. Okay. You name it. You name the time and the place.
All right, man.
Okay, but please not in 2 a.m. Now I go to sleep.
All right, man. All right, man. Take care of yourself out there. All right, man. That's Dakota, man. Holy smokes, man. Holy smokes. All right, sorry, y'all. I got a little off topic with him, and he got mad at me again, right?
Blame you, Brosi. I blame you.
All right, man. Let's go to I think Marcus, you were here first, and then we go to Bolo.
No, I think Bolo was ahead of me.
First? Yeah, you're right. Bolo was first. All right, let's go to man. Let me go to you first, Marcus, because Bolo's taking time to talk.
Wow.
So let me go to you first.
Wow. What's up, Bolo?
You were so wrong for that. You.
Let's say let Bolo go first. Seniority. Let Seniority go first.
All right, Marcus, you wait.
No.
Fall asleep.
God, you were in here first.
He said fall asleep.
Fall asleep, Marcus.
No, don't do him like that. Don't do him like that. Don't do it like that.
Marcus, because the people want to know what Marcus thinks about this stuff, man.
I don't really.
Perfect. You're Latino. You could weigh in any direction. So what do you think, Marcus?
Well, I don't really rock or support Nick Fuentes at all, especially how he comes off and what he says.
All right.
I don't really like the guy, but aside from that, I think I don't know if you get a chance to see what was in the private in the back chat, but there's a new Trump ad campaign. I don't know if you got a chance to see it. It's like a 6-minute video or something like that, or a 5-minute video.
No, I didn't see it. With who? Nick Fuentes?
No, not Nick Fuentes. It was a YouTube channel. They're a family of brothers that they started a YouTube channel, like cousins and brothers, the Cartier family. Really great channel. If you want to take the time to check them out if you want to. Young, Ryan Up the Mud. I think they were athletes at some point, but they got into different types of content, not just one space or one hole, but various holes. Kind of like you, how you cover a lot of different stuff. But they saw and they reacted to a video and breaking down basically the difference between what accomplishments both tenures did in the last 8 years, from Trump to Biden and stuff. So yeah, I think I'm leaning more towards voting for the guy, as opposed to Kamala.
Okay.
No offense, but I'm basing it off of policies and stuff like that. I'm not basing it off of skin tone and this whole white versus black. Like I'm not really rocking with that. I'm rocking more with the fact of the policies of it.
Let me ask you a question, Marcus. What has she said, and what policies has she pointed out that made you say, you know what, I think I better go with El Trumpo?
I like how you did El Chapo, but El Trumpo. I think just for me overall, I'm just basing it off of the housing crisis, the inflation of taxes and stuff like that, and then also cost of living, gas pricing, and also laws too. When it comes to here in California, I know that Governor Newsom is just, I don't really rock with the guy's policies as far as like what he's kind of been doing with us as the people of the state, and hopefully Trump coming in there, he's going to fix some things. And I know that, Trump did help out a lot of veterans too. He helped out a lot of veterans. And then because, we are looking for more property, more homes and stuff. And unfortunately, people are skimming and basically trying to get by. So I feel for them, right? Like, it's different from a person that grinded it from the bottom, knowing what it's like to not have much or not have anything at all, to then having a success. And then clearly some of the people I see, people like struggling just to pay for groceries and stuff like that, or get ends meet and pay bill. So I'm looking at it from that kind of standpoint. I'm not looking at it from, I get it. Some of the things that Trump says can be kind of shock jocking. There's that the term? Shock jocking. And, so I don't really care what he says about that, but at least he's somewhat of a businessman, better than Kamala. I don't rock with what Kamala did.
He has at least some experience.
Right. So I think from that standpoint, he is very pro-America.
Okay.
And I think at that time, the foreign affairs, when things happened with Putin and with like China, and I believe Korea too, I think it was better, calmer. There were no wars, no new wars, at least when he was in, compared to what was trying to happen with Biden, even though he was trying to pull out the troops from Afghanistan. And yet somehow Biden's tenure wanted to give multi-billions of dollars to outside countries, as opposed to keep it in here and helping us as the American people. I had an issue with that because we have so many people that are homeless, veterans that are homeless, people that are struggling in hoods and ghettos and stuff like that need help, medical, food and assistance. At least with Trump, say what you want. The stimulus helped out some people more than others, and it was more than one. And then, people were, I feel in my personal experience, what I saw, I thought people were thriving a little bit better. And then I think right now, just the state of affairs, man, I think it's bad. I'm not rocking with the whole Kamala's history. I get it. Trump has a history too. And he has 34 counts. I don't technically agree. I don't technically agree with everything he was convicted of, because I felt like some of it was personal. It should not have been, because it was a mutual understanding. However, between the adult star.
Let me ask you a question, Marcus. Another quick question. Mm-hmm. What other job would you say, okay, give this person a job and have 34 indictments? What other job would you do that? What other job?
Just because we're sticking it to this, I just feel like because he already had the experience of already running the country and doing that good of a job already, I think that's where I can count on him more, as opposed to.
So it's not Kamala Harris's. It's not Kamala Harris's position on different things per se. It's Trump's experience over her that makes you say, well, this is probably a better choice.
Right. From the common sense kind of aspect of it, right? Okay. And then on top of that, when I saw what she did in her tenure as a DA, I didn't like how she was blockading innocent people that were on death row, that were going to get executed. And she did it more than once. I mean, lawyers from the Innocence Project that came out on the Joe Rogan Experience talked about that. There was one of them in particular, the Clements Aguirre trial. The guy was being put to death, and because of the fact that she kept blockading things, along with other several hundreds of thousands of cases, that was the issue. There's something about it that I find a little more disheartening as a human. right? Because we are human beings. You know what I'm saying? So I don't care if you're a black, Asian, if you're a person going through something like that. It's one of the most. It's like, you know, being crucified on the cross almost. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, not trying to compare that, because, you know, I have a lot of love and respect for Jesus and all that kind of stuff.
I
But
knew,
you know,
I knew there was another DA did the same thing, but this dude got
several.
He was this is a white boy out there, and I think it was Michigan or some other place where he was doing the same thing. He was as a matter of fact, what they found out was some cases that he had worked on where the DNA evidence, now they could test it, but he wouldn't let them test it. It was crazy as hell, man. And it's like, why wouldn't you test this DNA if it can exonerate this person? But they didn't want to. He didn't want to do it. He was like stalling to get him the money to do this. It was just the craziest thing ever, man. Anyway,
Not just
Mark,
that. But
go
yeah,
ahead.
just real quick so I can fit it. Like, and just because I'm saying this right now about Kamala's resume, it has nothing to me as a personal attack on Kamala, but so much the attack on her career, what she did is when she had the power. My issue is with people that abuse the power and don't have integrity. And when you get paid to do these kinds of things and you profit from it, and you get to put innocent people behind bars and stuff like that, that's why I don't rock. And it's not just her as a DA. I have an issue with district attorneys and judges that tend to do that kind of thing, that abuse it. So it's not like one single person thing. I just want to make sure I broadcast that message appropriately.
All right, thank you, brother. Appreciate you, man. Hold tight, Marcus, because now we're about to hear from the longest long stroker, right? I think there was I saw this article. I saw this article on the internet on Google, and it said, "Who is the longest stroker, Bolo TV or the lead attorney?" And Bolo TV won by a landslide.
Wow.
Landslide.
Really?
That's hard to understand.
Wow. That's crazy.
But I will say this. I will say this about Bolo TV. At least he gives you good information. You can use the information they give. He might long stroke you, but he's gonna give you some good information. Some of the information you can use, man.
What good is it if you fall asleep while I'm giving it?
Because you're on tape, brother. I can pull you back up and say, "Oh yeah, you know."
Hey Bolo, take it as a compliment. If you're putting someone to sleep, you gave them peace.
Okay. All right.
I do that on the Village a lot, y'all. Sometimes I don't get to. I fall asleep on the Village sometimes. Man, I gotta wake up and turn it back and see. Oh, okay, watch an hour or two of it. Just back it up. So Bolo TV always drops some good knowledge, but he is long. But he is long stroker. Now, anyway, brother Bolo TV, how are you, sir?
I am good, brother. How are you, Marcus? How about you?
Fine. Yeah, man.
I'm blessed, brother. How are you?
Marcus, how are you, man?
Thank you, man. I'm not long stroking it, am I? Appreciate it.
No. You was on point. Wait till you see this.
By the way, I did try to say that earlier. When Vagoda was here, I was trying to say just email him. You know what I'm saying?
Oh man, but he gets hot, man. Sometimes he gets hot, right? I forget, man. He gets hot. He can turn this conversation a whole nother way in a heartbeat, man. So I got to watch out for that. But anyway, man, we're gonna let Bolo TV, just step in here, go where he wants to go. Cause see, that's why I want to give Bolo the time. I'm telling the truth. I like to give Bolo more time. You guys say, wow, why you give Bolo more time? Because Bolo might attack the thing from a whole bunch of different directions. And so I like to give him time. I know him. I know this brother. So I know that he will attack it from a lot of different directions. So I like to give him a lot of time to, be able to just say what he needs to say.
It was nice the way you prettied that up.
You like that?
I like the way you did that.
Yeah, man. So, all you got to do is mail me my money and then we'd be good. You know what I mean? You like that, Ant?
I like
T-Biz. You like that?
Okay, man.
Uh-oh, now we got another long stroker. I don't know, Bolo. Hurry up now. Hurry up.
What's up, OG?
What's going on, OG?
Hey, happy Sunday. Can y'all hear me okay?
Of course, sis, we can hear you. You sound beautiful. All right, Bolo, what you got for us, man?
I mean, y'all covered so much, man.
Yeah.
You covered so much.
Yeah.
Let's
say what's on your mind, man.
How I feel about it is all of it's garbage, and I think all of it is WWE. That's how I look at it, right? You know, you got to pick between diarrhea and solid dung.
Right. Not even solid, man. You know, spurts. Right.
You pick. You know, again, unfortunately, we got to play the game because we're here, right? We got to play the game.
Right.
And whatever is going to put you in a better situation financially, whatever is going to help you to feed your family, whatever is going to help you, you know, be able to put more money in your pocket, to be able to do what you need to do so that you can survive, then you move accordingly. You know, don't move emotionally.
Right.
You know, and that's the one thing I say, especially the Black and Latino folks.
Right.
Don't move emotionally. Don't vote for anybody because of their skin color.
Right.
We seen that with Barack Obama, and he did nothing.
Right.
You dig what I'm saying? You know, so vote. You know, again, I'm not really into the politics and all that other stuff.
Right.
However, this is the conversation you're having. If you're gonna do it because you know what their, you know, the ideologies are, you know, and what effect it's going to have on you and your bottom line and how you take care of your family.
Agreed.
Like Marcus said, you know, being able to help, you know, yourselves, help your community, these different things. You know, don't get caught up in the emotions of the madness that they're going to do now. Anything that's black and white, they're going to spin it. Anything now in these next 80 days, they're going to spin it. So don't get caught up, people, you know, because a lot of the times this is when we get caught up. You know, it's so crazy that, you know, I saw a video with Kamala Harris where she was saying half her family is Indian and all that stuff.
Yeah.
I never heard her say black, but now she's black.
Won't ever. She won't ever.
It's like the madness that we listen to and the madness that we hear. It's like they placate just to make us feel good. You had Hillary Clinton say, you know, I keep hot sauce in my purse.
Yeah.
And then you have Biden saying, if you don't vote for me, you ain't black. It's like all of this.
Our son in the chat said spiritual pause.
All of this stuff that you got going on, you know, all I'm gonna say, you know, is hopefully, you know, you again, you know, vote for someone that's gonna help you put money in your pocket to be better at what you need to do to survive until our savior comes. See, I didn't long stroke it. See,
Good point. Don't worry, y'all. This is just the first question. Don't worry. Don't worry. We are going to get a Bolo long stroke out of this thing. Don't worry.
What'd you do to him, Bolo? What'd you do to him?
I didn't do nothing. You know.
Well, let's see. Let's talk to our other long stroker. Good morning, Miss Patrice.
Oh, Doji, what'd you do to him too?
How's everybody doing this beautiful Sunday?
Oh, we're doing great.
Blessed. How are you?
We're blessed.
Good. So what do you think? First of all, because I'm like Bolo, you covered a multitude of topics. So what's your question specifically?
I'm not having. Okay, my question specifically is, Patrice, what do you think about some of the things? Because you know the good thing is about you is that you're a female, and you represent the female, you know, the female thinkers' perspective. So, what do you think about any of the things that we've been talking about, but in particular the choice that you have to make on November 15th?
All right. I think that, and I'm speaking specifically as a black woman voter, right? Because we know that a black woman voter, right? Because we know that the predominant voters are women, and specifically in our community, you know, we almost triple that of our male counterparts. So when you're talking about from a female perspective, we're gonna always come strong as a collective and vote predominantly with our interests, right? So we know that what one side is doing and how they pandering to the black male, the black females by using this whole system with the abortion rights and and the woman's right to choose, right? So they know very well how to pander to us as a whole, as a race, as Black people, as brown people. They know how to pander to us, to trigger us in the emotional way that we tend to vote.
Trigger us.
Right? Right. And we get triggered by, a woman's right to choose versus a woman choosing pro-life. So that's a big thing. And it's funny because they specifically make Black women the face of that. They make us the face of abortion. I don't know why that they do. They make us the face of this whole right to choose situation. And the Democratic Party, which is the left side, the far left especially, they pander to us with that. And that they know how to work on our heartstrings, right? They know how to pull at our heartstrings, right? So that's what they are using predominantly for Black females. That and the other side is not so much choosing anything where it comes to Black women, or Black men, but Black men are predominantly switching over from the Democrats to vote for Trump, right? Because there's this growth percentage-wise where Black men realized that they were always left behind when it comes to the Democratic Party because they pandered and catered to Black women. So they're choosing to go to the other side because the Democratic Party isn't offering them anything. I don't know if y'all check the numbers, but those numbers are growing with Black men voters that's voted to for the Republican Party or switched over to the Republican Party.
What can I ask you quick? What are these men seeing they're getting by voting for Trump? Like what are they notice? Like what is it that's making them make that switch?
Again, like I said, the left has always left out Black men when it comes to education, when it comes to starting businesses and things of that nature. They've catered more to Black women. So now you have the far right making certain promises to Black men that they're going to do this, going to do that, going to do this and that, and they're again moving by those emotions of, I'm hurt. The Democratic Party has always left us behind, and rightly so. And so I'm going to go over here and try something different. And that's pretty much how people are making the choice now to vote for either side, right? If we always say I'm gonna vote between the two of the lesser evil, I'm gonna vote the lesser evil. You have to ask yourself, what are those lesser evils to you and your family, and how does it affect you? Because in my humble opinion, Black folk, we in trouble either way it go.
Right.
We out. It doesn't matter. We lose. We're in a lose-lose situation, no matter which one we choose. The Democratic Party, specifically Kamala Harris, has never claimed to be a Black woman until it was convenient for her when she was running for president before, against Obama and Trump and all of them back then. And she's doing the same thing, pandering to Black women specifically, or Black voters, by now claiming her Blackness. Her dad is Irish and Jamaican, and her mom is Indian. She has never, ever claimed nothing but either the Indian Asian side of her or the Jamaican side of her. It's specifically the Indian side, because you've never, ever heard her call herself Black. Even in her speeches, she say person of color. So she's specifying that there is, and that's the thing that we got to realize too, that person of color can represent Hispanic of color, Asians of color, and other races of people that have color pigmentation in their skin. It doesn't represent per se Black people. So you have to be careful and watching how they use those trickery with those words, right? Person of color. You know what I mean? As opposed, that's just a trickery with the word to keep from them to saying I'm Black.
Okay, let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question. Well, I'm gonna ask this for all of you guys. We're starting with you, Patrice. Okay. Now, this is what I've noticed with voting for black people voting. I think if you get to a point where sometimes you get to a point where okay, Marcus. So sometimes you get to a point where you want things to happen for black people specifically. And but at this stage of the game, you don't have nobody that's going to do anything or promise or so what we don't understand, in my opinion, this is my opinion. You guys tell me what you guys think. In my opinion, I look at American politics and it is a group dynamic. You got to, whether you black, white, red, yellow, or green, you have to attach your wagon to the group that's going to get the most done for your wagon. Right? If I attach my wagon to the Democrats, then I'm expecting that my wagon's going to have a certain amount of benefits to it. If I attach to the Republicans, I can't say, well, we as black people, we're going to sit here. We're just not a big enough block of people to do that at this point in the game. You got to say, okay, like the Asians don't sit back and say, well, we're going to wait. They will donate money and things like that. But eventually they have to attach they might not even like the candidate. A lot of white people don't like Donald Trump, but they feel more confident that he may do the better job than this person coming with no experience, nothing, right? So do you guys feel like that's the better way to look at it? Or should we be like, okay, I'm black and I'm gonna wait here for you to tell me what you gonna do. I'm Latino. I'm gonna wait here for you to tell me what you're gonna do for the Latinos. I mean, which one is more prudent?
Unfortunately, yeah, that's the way. Like I said, a lot of us had been voting, right, for centuries, for decades, or whatever you want to call it. So when it comes to that specific question, I mean, Kamela was one of the main ones that said, "I'm not going to do anything specifically for blacks."
Yeah.
But what black people fail to realize is she did something specifically for Asian people. She did something specifically for Indians people of Indians. She did something specifically for the LGBTQIA plus community. But when it comes to us, I'm not going to do anything just specifically for blacks. See, that's what we get, right? When we come with a question about reparations or anything else, right? It's like no, or either I'm not going to do anything specifically for blacks, because guess what? Reparations could be for everybody. See, we get that. We get all of the deflecting, we get all the projecting, we get all the lies, we get all the propaganda talk, and we fall into that because we fall for the dangling carrot and the shiny object all the time. Now, if you want to talk about who's the most racist, who did the most damage when it comes to our people, you got to look at who's been in office the longest, in politics the longest, that has done nothing or has done damage to the black community. Who's been in politics more? I think Biden has. I think Kamala has. Specifically for decades, they've been in politics. Has they ever done anything for the black community or black people as a whole? Never. Right. If you want to look at who's the most racist, who's been in office the longest, when you talk about Biden and Trump. Trump just got into politics recently with over the last 10, 12 years, maybe 10 years, maybe. Yeah. So when you talk specifically about who's done the most damage to us collectively as a whole for our culture and our race of people, it has been the Democratic Party. And it has been the Biden party, because he has been in politics for 50 years, never, ever given anything to black people. Back then, when he was the senator of Delaware, he didn't want your kids going to school with his. He specifically was friends with the racist Duke guy from the KKK. See, people don't remember, do the research
that guy?
from all that. Yeah, that guy. He was a part of the Dixiecrat. But see, we don't look at the history of all of that. And now, since he became president and was vice president when Obama was in, now he wants to get on this wagon about, if you don't do this for me, you ain't black. If you ain't, but he ain't never done nothing for black. But he can tell us if we don't vote for him, we ain't black.
Wow.
So again, when you want to talk about two of the lesser evils, and listen, and I'm not a fan of either one of them. I'm just bringing the pros and the cons of both sides of the spectrum of the situation. So when black people say, I want to choose two of the lesser evils, they really need to think about who really the lesser evil is. Because at the end of the day, on either side of the spectrum, whether you vote Republican or Democrat, black people are screwed. Yeah. So you worried about Project 25. Guess what? Everybody, all these black people is panicking over this Project 25 stuff. Do you know a lot of stuff that's in Project 25 is also in effect right now? It's in effect right now. And it's not going to make no difference one way or the other to us, because either way it go, we're going to get the short end of the stick. So I don't, but they put these things out there again to pander to us, to get us all riled up. And now a lot of these black people, oh my God, Project 25, like it's going to be the end of the world. No, it's not. It's going to affect us the same way it's always been. Nothing. And I digress from that for right now. So that's my.
All right, let us move over to Marcus. I think Marcus had a quick question, and then you guys can answer my question.
Yeah. Can you repeat your question so I can answer it first, Brosi?
Oh, okay. My question was, should we, just voting period, should we vote like, does it make more sense to vote your interests or vote your skin color? That's basically what I'm saying. In other words, you have the same interests as other people of other races, right? I need money. Mm-hmm. I need to be able to have a job. I need to be able to have things. I need the economy going in a certain direction, right?
Sustainability.
Right. But a lot of times black people will do this. I don't know if the Latinos do it, but black people would do this. They'll vote based on whether they like the person or whether they don't like the other person, right? Mm-hmm. Or
yeah,
my mama voted this way, I'm gonna vote this way. But that way is actually not prudent to your interest. I don't care. I'm voting that way, right? So what I'm saying is, I'm telling you my thought. My thoughts is, at this point in the game, there probably was a point in the game where you could, vote based on color, based on, religion or whatever. At this point in the game, you got to vote based on like Bolo was saying earlier, based on your survival, based on, it doesn't matter what color the person is. Are they going to do anything to help me? Doesn't matter what secret society they're in. Are they going to do anything? Even by extension, right? They don't want to do something for me, but they doing something that's going to affect me in a positive way. I mean, you know what I mean? So that was my point.
Right.
Should we as Americans vote how we feel, or vote our understanding of voting? Vote for the prudency of the person's policy.
Yeah, like I said before, I think if you just base it off numbers, if you base it off what percentage of it is, if you base it off of policy bills, if the bills that you vote for, that you like, that are more leaning towards positive as opposed to negative, if that's what you want to base your voting on, that's what it should be, because that comes down to common sense and for the commonwealth of the group, wherever you live, your city, your community, your county, and just look at the progressive moves. Like, unfortunately, one of the things I don't rock with is this whole, like OG Patrice perfectly just said, one of the reasons why I don't want to vote for Kamala is also the whole rainbow thing of Rainbow Coalition, with the whole transitioning of kids and stuff like that, and this whole weird power vacuum dynamic of that. I don't think that should be legal. I don't think it should be as low as 12 years old or even before puberty. There's some things that she's endorsing because of that too, which I'm glad that she brought up to light. You know, and yeah, just if you're a person sitting down looking at, okay, this is what the Dems are offering, this is what the reps are offering when it comes to the candidate on each side, just go down the list, take your time, try to understand what this means, what that means. And like OG Patrice, and I would say this before too, everybody's going to have pros and cons, but do the pros lean more to your favor or do the cons lean more against you? So that's just like how it is. I just to answer your question, vote not based on skin, vote based on what can help you and the people, not just in your home, but for the commonwealth of the people.
I think that's the more prudent thing to do, but you never know, right? Okay, so
true.
Why don't I do this?
And I had the side question too, though.
Oh yeah, what's your side question?
What? So, because I know that I see some politicians do this, and I've seen recently even more now. What did you guys think of her bringing out music celebrities or just people of influence? You think, is it just because of the fact that they want to get the young voters, like that age demographic range? Is that why you think maybe when Kamala came out with Megan Thee Stallion and Quavo, because they got paid to show up, but they probably don't even know half of what the politics are, or maybe I'm wrong.
Of course,
I say it's pandering again, even to the younger generation. Now you get someone like Meg Thee Stallion, who has a horrible reputation in hip hop, and as a young lady, as an example for young ladies. But why didn't they use the positive side for Megan Thee Stallion, a young lady who has a bachelor's degree? Why did he let her speak about education and the importance of it is as someone that as a Black young lady to go to school to get educated, to get a bachelor's degree just like she has? Why did they use the other side of that, pandering to the young Black folks to get them the vote? Look at the difference in what they did. She has a bachelor's degree in healthcare, but they got her up there to sing, dance, and twerk. Really?
And twerk. Yeah, because she is educated. I just don't know why they didn't offer any of that stuff, but instead they just wanted to put like an attraction, like a sideshow attraction.
But why are cats acting like you don't know why they wanted to do that?
Exactly.
You know why they did it. You know why they did it. You got to understand the people that they're getting to talk to Black people is degenerate. You got the Republicans that went and got damn Amber Rose, who goes on slut walks to talk to black people. Okay. Then you got Meg Thee Stallion and Quavo. This is how they look at y'all. This is how they look at us. This is how they look at us. And this is the only time they pull these people out of the music that is degenerate, to pull them up on the stage to have them do a minstrel show like they're dancing monkeys. And then she quotes them like my friend Quavo would say, he doesn't walk it like he talking. And all the Black people jump up, emotionally triggered by these words, not by their actions. Not that this chick had Black men on death row and she didn't want to reopen the case. And some of these men have lost their lives. Not that she should have did that. Not that she always said, I'm not Black. You don't want to hold her to the fire for that. But soon as she throws some rap or some chick twerking, y'all get caught up. This is the stupidity of how this is how they look at our people, man. This is how they look. They don't sit down scientifically or, deal with the politics of what's going on. They pull up rappers and pull up chicks that's going to twerk, and that's all they need to do. And I know I cut you off, Black man. Floor's yours, my G.
No, I just wanted to say, I agree with you. You know why they got her to go up there. Come on now.
What's up, BMU?
What's up? The woman got 34 million followers. 34 million. But listen, I want to preface it this real quick. I don't want to toot my own horn here. But for the last 3 years, I've been on YouTube, and I've been talking about this. I've been talking about the influential women and how they trash and how they be trash. And I got ridiculed. Boy, y'all talking about these Black women. They are better than this. And now you got one that say she Black, that ain't Black, running for president and claiming Black to get the Black vote. Then you got one of the most sluttiest women ever, Megan Thee Stallion, twerking at a presidential gathering in Atlanta. And then you have an effeminate man coming up to the microphone, Quavo, with a see-through shirt on, talking about it's time for a woman to have the power to become the president. I've been talking about this for years. I knew this was coming. I hate to be black man Adamus, but I said it, and I've been saying it. And now the chickens, as the words of the great Malcolm X, the chickens have come home to roost. And I'm sitting over here with my popcorn saying, I told them. I knew this was coming. Everybody has something to say about what I said the last 2 years. Now y'all see it. Who they go and get? Who they go? Listen, you talking about the educational side of Megan. Why would women look at the educational side of Megan when her twerking making her millions of dollars? Her health care will make her $40,000 a year.
That's a good point. That's a good point, BMU.
Exactly. I know. I was saying it as an example, but yeah, we know why.
Well, can you repeat that again, BMU?
Why would the young women be worried about her educational side when they know her backside is how she ride, how she get her money? She's getting, I mean, you can get a healthcare degree and make $80,000 a year, or you can twerk like me and make $80 million a year. Which one you want to do?
That's a good point. That's a good point. But okay, guys. Okay, let me ask a question.
Something right quick. I want to say something right quick. And as far as the other side, the right side, the Republicans, who, like y'all said, get another one up there that's a disgrace, degenerate, Amber Rose, right? Because you know the far rights, conservatives go strictly on religion, Christianity, family values, but they get Amber Rose, who is a known atheist, as a representative for the black community on that side of the spectrum. So, like I said, either way it goes, we lose.
You know why? You know Amber Rose, normally you see her on the slut wall, her breasts are out, her butt is out. But then look how conservative they made her. They put her in a nice black dress. Her curves were showing very much so. The men loved it. But she walked on the stage and when you looked at her, you didn't see hope. When you looked at her, you seen, damn, she's speaking so eloquently. She wasn't talking ratchet. She didn't get on stage and say, hey, slut walk, bitches. No. She said, good evening, everyone. My name is Amber Rose. You may know me from this. I know you guys. I know the price of gas. She started hitting them in the places where they hurt. And she spoke very eloquently. She knew how to talk. Megan is now, if you go to the Democrat side, Megan Thee Stallion said, hey, hotties for Harris. Hey, ratchet. And that's why when Amber Rose was up there, it didn't go viral. Oh, the hoe is speaking. No, but it went viral when Megan Thee Stallion was twerking. How is this hoe on stage with a halter top on, twerking with two other dancers at a Kamala Harris place? It's
black man. Please don't call our sisters hoes, man. Please.
Are they not?
They misled. They are misled.
Oh, they misled. Oh, okay.
They are misled.
Oh, okay. So don't call deadbeat dads deadbeats. They misled.
No, I'm not saying deadbeat dad. How did you jump from Amber Rose? I mean, jump from Megan Thee Stallion to a deadbeat dad?
I mean, okay, hold on. Hoes are not. I'm saying men are not hoes.
We talking about calling our sisters hoes.
Okay,
that's what we're talking about.
Well, men are not dogs. They just misled.
Well, you could take that up with the people that call men dogs and all that. I'm taking this up with you because I know our sisters have been misled, and they use other sisters like this sister right here, Miss Megan Thee Stallion, to mislead them based on the good point that you made. Why would you? What you think you're gonna do with a 40,000 with a what do you call it, health degree, as opposed to shaking and twerking on stage? That is the magic trick that they use to engulf our sisters into that type of lifestyle, or thinking I'm the one too. I can do what she does too, right? So a lot of our sisters get caught up in that kind of lifestyle, thinking that the more attention they're gonna get, there's gonna be someone that's gonna give them the great nod and say, I'm going to throw all this money at you, right? The Oprah Winfrey, when King World said, you know what, tomorrow, you sign this today, tomorrow you're going to be richer than you ever thought of in your dreams, right? They think that man is out there for all of them, but it's not. He's not. But they misled.
No, they're delusional.
You don't believe our sisters are misled?
No, sir. I think they're. Okay. I think because you know why? You know why they're not misled? Because God is showing us right now. God is allowing these women to be straight up and honest with us, and they're getting on these platforms. They're creating YouTube channels, and even in real life, women are saying, "I like being a hoe." This is what they're saying out their mouth.
What rational person would say I like being a hoe?
Let me tell you why.
That's weird right off the jump.
I understand. And right? I said, and I agree with you 1,000% that it is weird. But I heard a woman say the other day, I was at work. I slept with a guy at my job that was not my husband. And then I called my husband to come pick me up from work and went home and slept with him too. I know how to work this thing. I know that's not misled. That's making the decision. You're making a decision.
You making a decision.
May I interject? May I interject?
Hold on, Marcus. Let me make this point, and you could go in there. See, men do the same thing. So I'm not saying and sometimes a man ain't looking to do that, but his desires catch him up and makes him go down this road of foolishness. And I'm saying our sisters, they do the same thing. They get caught up and they go down this road of foolishness, man. That doesn't mean they ain't misled. Of course they're misled, because what person would want to be that type of person if their mind was right? But that's my point. Let me let Marcus get in there, and then anybody else that wants to challenge back, man, on that, I definitely was going to challenge him on that one. All right, go ahead, Marcus.
So back to the whole thing of why I even asked that question, right? It's basically to get the people that they have following to get the votes for them, right? We all in agreement there. The influence of the young minds.
Agreed.
So, funny I said that because Trump is going to bring out a guy like Lil Pump, which he already brought out Amber Rose for whatever reason, but now we have Lil Pump that's going to be trying to make a song and maybe like a diss track for Kamala and be pro-Trump. So I think it's just funny that now they're trying to use celebrities even more now than before, because we all remember back then Reagan was known as an actor, right? Before, right. So right. The popularity of him. So now we have 2024, we have that. And just to go back into what you guys are kind of going back and forth right now, you and BMU, I'm hearing a lot more of these kind of conversations where people cheating and the fact that they'd rather stay in this quote unquote HO3 phase of, hey, it benefits me to be like this because I get money, I get, attention, I'll get validation, I'll get, yachts, I'll get flown out, I'll get $10,000, I'll get $5,000, I'll get a car, I mean, I blame the simps too. Don't get me wrong, I blame the simps, but unfortunately, this is the day and age we live in. A lot of it's becoming like Sodom and Gomorrah. And I think it's to the point of closely almost no return already.
And one more thing I want to add to what you were saying when you said they were misled, which is interesting. So when we look at our people, which is embarrassing to even say this, but I'm going to say it anyway, because we love our own people, but it's embarrassing to say. In every negative categorical thing, I talked about this yesterday. I was talking to my wife about this yesterday. Every categorical thing that's negative in the world today, our women lead in it. Did you guys know that? I would suggest that you guys go to Google and type in these things that I'm about to tell you, and it's going to blow your mind. In STIs, STDs, Black women lead. In deletion of babies, Black women lead. In child abuse, Black women lead. Domestic violence, women have taken the reins of domestic violence, not only toward men, but even in lesbian relationships. So now they don't even like each other. They beating each other up. So in every statistical category of negativity in the world today, our women lead, even when it comes to health. My wife was reading it yesterday. They say 4 out of 5 women are morbidly obese and will have diseases. 60% of people in that area, 4 out of 5 women are dealing with health issues, dealing with being morbidly obese. In every negative categorical area, our women are leading. And I want people to go research this on their own, so you can know this on your own. You don't have to listen. I don't want you to listen to me. I want you to go research this on your own. It'll blow your mind. And somebody asked me yesterday, well, if they lead, who's giving it to them? Well, I'm so glad to say that 60% of those women are sleeping with 16% of those men. That means when a woman says, I want a tall, dark man with abs, fine, with a beard and a bald head, 16% of the men meet that category, and all the women want that man, so that all of them sleep with the same man. They're all sleeping around with the same man that every woman wants. So that's how 60% of the women are getting STDs and leading in STDs and deletion of babies and obesity and child abuse and domestic violence. So explain that dynamic to me.
I sure will.
Yeah,
I will if you give me a chance.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Do you believe that this world, even though it has a physical plane, that there's a spiritual component to it as well?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. In every other group, racial group, because now you done broke it down to a racial group, right?
Yes.
By the way, Vaughn, I will address that, because I'm just saying that we shouldn't be calling her, that's like if your mama's a hoe, you wouldn't call your mother a hoe, right?
Oh, definitely.
Somebody else is going to do that. Somebody else is going to do that, and they're going to do that. But these are women.
But hold on there. But real quick though, because you just addressed that real quick. Let's stop there real quick. I think that's the problem in the Black community.
Okay.
Because think about it. The men we know for a fact the men are thrown in the trash. Men ain't nothing. They deadbeats. They don't show up for their kids. They're leaving single mothers by themselves. But when it comes to the women, they're misled. They not hoes. They just going through something right now.
The men are misled as well.
Okay.
You're misled as well. You think why do you think gangbanging is such a high level? It's at such a high level because the men are misled. They think they're each other's enemy. We think we are our own enemy. And our open enemy is out here, creating the atmosphere for us to be fighting ourselves, making the guns available, making the drugs available, and making the prisons available for us to just slide right in all of those categories, right?
So hold on. So let me put this in there real quick, because the thing that I was going to add too is that when you look at right now, if my mom, if I'm a 40-year-old man and my mom comes out and says after 40 years, when you were younger, this man, I told him he was your daddy, but I really knew in my heart that he wasn't your daddy, and I slept around and I got pregnant by another man, but I never told your daddy. Right? Look at if you go to the National Blood Bank of America, they blood tested 200,000 men according to DNA tests. This is facts. Go Google it. And out of those 200,000 men, 36% of those men were married. And out of those 36% of men who were married, guess what happened?
What?
Though they were not the father of the children that they were raising. The average child was 14 to 17 years old. These men were in the house. Their wives were sleeping around with other men, getting pregnant by other men. And these men who they married to was raising them. So when we say women ain't hoes, I mean, I don't know what else you're going to call them. I don't know what else to coach you. What else we're going to call them?
Okay, so you're right, Jeff. I will get back on topic, but my point with that was, okay, you guys want to call black women hoes, bitches, and sluts and all that.
No, just stay with hoes.
I can't. Okay, well, whatever. You're not the only person on the line. I mean, a lot of other people out here. If y'all feel like that's appropriate, that's what y'all do. But I'm gonna always stand up for the black woman. I don't feel like she has had a fair shake at living a righteous life, in my opinion, in America. I mean, really all over the world, wherever she has come in contact with Caucasians that wanted to commercialize slavery and Arabs that want to commercialize slavery, she has never had an opportunity to live her full righteous life, right? So, in my opinion, that means that she's living somebody else's thinking process. She's thinking through someone else's mind, not her own. And so she may do these things, but that's not her. That's her, in my opinion. But hey, I'm going to get back on topic, y'all.
Yeah, because with all due respect, that is excuses. That's excuses.
That's what?
There's a lot of women out here that grew up in very bad situations, and they're very successful. They're not in the streets.
There's a lot of men too.
Yeah, there's a lot of successful women out here.
There's a lot of successful women.
Yes, there's a lot of
there's a lot of successful men. Right?
Yeah, and they're not. So what's the excuse? I mean, they didn't do what these other people did. They weren't misled. So
No, they've been misled too, but maybe they came into spiritual understanding. Maybe they came into a spiritual understanding in time that it thwarted that setting up of that demon spirit that I can go out there and twerk and do this and all that. And that's better than having, a family or whatever. So maybe spiritually they got, caught in time. We don't know what happened. All I know is this our family. This is my family. So why am I calling my family a hoe? Even though I know they might be doing hoish things, but I don't know, man. I just like to follow the example.
People get judged.
I never saw Jesus call somebody a hoe, a trick, a tramp, none of that. I never saw Jesus do that. But I see the people that say they believe in Jesus running in hard at our own people. And I'm like, how does that work?
The Bible spoke of holes.
If you say
the Bible had holes in it. What are we talking about?
No. But I'm talking about right now. I'm talking about Jesus. You're right. The Bible did have holes in it. What you would consider a hole, right?
A harlot.
But
Jezebel.
Jesus. I'm talking about the man that we actually everybody turns from the hole. You start from Jesus, read backwards, right? I'm talking about the person that you actually saying, I believe I'm a Christian because of this man, the Christ, right? Mm-hmm. I'm okay. If this man says go and sin no more, how are we saying bitch, hoe, trick, slut? How I don't get it. How is make that make sense to me?
I can make it make sense. No, I can make it make sense. Give me just a moment. So you mean it? So we living in a world that we all believe in truth, but we hold back on the truth to comfort others.
Well, I don't know. Is that what Jesus did? No. Because whatever you're doing, you gotta have to run it through Jesus. Is that what Jesus did? Did Jesus say, "Hey, trick, go get me some water"? Hey, hoe. That's why they throwing stones at you, hoe. Is that what he did? I'm just asking questions.
So hold on. Okay, no, you can ask questions. That's fine. I love that. So my thing is this, because I see that you're in defense mode for these hoes. So let me say what they are.
Wait a minute. You ain't answer my question.
No, I'm going to answer your question right now.
Yes or no
Jesus never used words that were made up today. There was no trick and holes back in
anything similar to that that would represent the same ideology from back then.
The woman at the well was a hoe, remember? And he said
he described her as a hoe.
What did he say in particular?
I'm asking you. You're the one. I thought that being a Christian, Jesus was supposed to be the prototype of what we're supposed to be trying to behave like to our other people. So if Jesus ain't called nobody a hoe, and he said go and sin no more, then I don't understand how can we say, well, I believe in Jesus and I'm with Jesus all the way, but I'm gonna but Jesus didn't do this, but I'm gonna do this what Jesus was admonishing other people for doing. I'm gonna do what they was doing.
Now
how does this work?
Hold on. Now you walking in a landfield. I mean a landmine here. A landmine field here. Let me tell you why. Because the same way you saying, did Jesus say that, and you using Jesus as a tool right now? We can say the same thing about
Jesus as a tool.
No, what I'm saying is, what if we said the same thing about? Let's talk about this. So instead of calling men the P word that like younger girls, we should say no. We should love those men because those men are misled and they like younger girls, but they're misled. So we should not call them the P word.
Okay,
we should not say that. Oh no,
come on. Here, because you're making a leap.
I'm not making a leap.
You are. You're comparing apples to oranges.
The Bible says
the dudes that do P stuff are not the same.
What did Jesus say about the P people? Because Jesus loved everybody.
Of course.
Okay, so why can't we love everybody? Why we got to call them names? Why we got to call them names?
I'm not saying you should. I'm just saying our sisters. That's what I'm talking about right now. For me to not call you. Wait a minute, brother. Because I'm really. We getting really out of hand, and so I want to make sure that I'm being clear, because you throw a lot of stuff into the mix. You don't answer my question, and then you start throwing a lot.
I answered your question. Jesus did not say anything about hoes. Those words weren't invented at the time.
So why would we do it? But anyway, let's go.
If we're following Christ, then we shouldn't talk about anybody. It should be no YouTube shows.
You said it, I didn't. So I'm just saying. What I'm just saying, I said you said it, I didn't.
So you should shut your channel down. I should shut mine down. We should not talk about
No. I'm never going to not talk about the truth. I'm always going to tell the truth.
Well, I'm talking about the truth too. If a woman goes out and gives her body to multiple men, what is she?
Like brother always says, truth as a, you don't use the truth right. It's a weapon. It's going to be you weaponizing it against somebody. It's actually a form of manipulation. Because I'm going to keep you thinking down about yourself and me thinking up about myself. And now you got to think up about me instead of you always keeping yourself at a lower thinking process. So how can you grow if you keep yourself at a low point? But this is another conversation. Maybe me and you should have a separate conversation about this, black man.
You're right. But I'm gonna land my plane here. Galatians, we talk about the Bible. We have to go to the word because that's what I'm gonna do since you went to Jesus. The Bible says in Galatians 4:16, what does it say? He said, am I your enemy because I tell you the truth? Right. So now a lot of people want to get mad in their feelings because you tell them the truth. If I eat too many donuts and I'm overweight and somebody call me fat, I should say, you shouldn't call me fat, but I'm fat. If a woman go out and sleep with 5 or 6 men in one night and she's sleeping with them every day, she's a whore.
Can I say something now?
It's simple.
Let me say this. I think we argue in two different arguments, right? We argue in two different arguments. And what we have to understand is when we start bringing Christ into it, we better be on point when we're reading and discerning these scriptures. Do Christ acknowledge that there were whorish women in the scriptures? Absolutely. Does he acknowledge that there were hypocrites in the scriptures? Absolutely. But Christ also says in Proverbs 12:18, there is one whose rash words are like swords thrust, but the tongue of the wise brings healing. Right? He also says in Ephesians, let no corrupt word proceed out your mouth, but what is good for necessary edification, that is, may impart grace to the hearers. And do not grieve the Holy Spirit of God, by whom you are sealed by the day of redemption. So again, truth given without love is a weapon. So there's nothing wrong with saying a woman is acting whorish. There's nothing wrong. But if the intent in how it's being said is picked up as being malice, then the purpose of you saying that they're acting in in this way means nothing. It's the same thing with men. Okay, the same way we impart this grace to women, we definitely have to impart this grace to men because we know that there is a systematic attack on masculinity.
Exactly.
So we have to understand it's not what you're saying. It's not what you're saying. It's never about what you're saying. It's always been about how you're saying it. This is why the Lord says, be quick to hear so that you know how to respond, not react. Because the point of these YouTube channels and the point of why we do what we do is to reach that woman, reach that man, reach that young man, or reach that young girl. So if we're just calling them names and they're taking it negatively, then the purpose of us doing what we're doing means nothing. It means nothing. Because although your heart might be in the right place, we have to understand the same thought process that we take with our children is the same thought process that we should take with strangers. The same thought process that me knowing BMU, and if I have a problem or BMU said something wrong, I'm going to call this brother and admonish him in a way that he's going to receive the word. I'm not going to admonish him like a stranger. Because if I admonish you like a stranger without that love, mercy, and grace, you ain't going to hear a damn thing Bolo is saying. You're going to look at me and be like, yo, dude, who the hell do you think you are? If someone comes up to me and say, yo, Bolo, your breath stink, I'm not looking at that man that he's pulling me to the side and out of respect, he's telling me my breath stink. The intention of how he said it is what I'm going to feel on. And that's the whole point of where Brother Clarence is coming from. So it's not the words that you're using, it's the intention of how you're using it. That's the problem, because the Lord was about grace and about mercy. He was also about truth, and he was an awesome man. Don't get it twisted. If you were something, he said that this is what you're doing. He said, this is what you're doing. But he also left that grace to open up that person's spirit to let them know that if you take away, you got to put back in. The way you're saying it, it's an absolute. And absolutes leave no opening for grace.
All right, man.
I had a question for Bolo.
Okay. All right, listen. BMU. All right, I'm gonna let you ask this last question. Yeah. After this, we are not discussing this no more. Me and you're gonna do a show.
Okay,
we'll talk about it on the show. But I got to get back on topic, man, because a lot of people tuned in to hear me talking about Kamela and Trump, and that's what I want to finish up.
Oh yeah, I definitely got
something. Just hang tight. Let him ask Bolo this question, and then we'll be out of here.
So Bolo, I'm under the impression, maybe I'm wrong, because I've been in that word since I was a kid, but maybe I'm wrong about this. One day, there will be judgment, and there's a time and period that judgment is going to take place. There's going to be raptures. There's going to be all type of things happening, famines, and so on and so forth. When we get to judgment, there's two places you can go. You can get your wings, or you can get burned like some wings.
Correct.
And there's heaven and there's hell. Now, everybody, even if we give people who are what they are grace, God or Jesus, because you got to see him before you see the Father, right?
Yes.
They're not playing no games.
I agree.
When you get to judgment, oh, you was out here sleeping with all these men, oh, you was sleeping with this other man, husband, this other woman's husband. Hell. Ain't gonna be no grace.
But here's the thing. You're absolutely right? And again, I'm not opposed to using strong words in certain environments, right? Because, when I talk to Mandrell, I don't talk to Mandrell the way I would talk to you, right? Mandrell is more, he's a stronger-willed person. In other words, you got to talk to him hard, right? So, and that's the relationship him and I have, right? So I agree with you in certain forums, like Anae said, certain forums, you're going to speak differently knowing the audience. No, the Father's not going to be playing. And in fact, in Amos, he says that the day of the Lord is darkness and not light. But that grace that we're offering is not from us, it's from the Lord. I can't give you grace, my G. Through me talking to you, I'm giving you what was given to me. The grace that was given to me was offered by Christ. He gave me grace. Because what you have to understand is it's not just you and Brother Clarence speaking. There's hundreds of thousands of people that are listening. And that one little girl that hears that and says, damn, I'm a hoe, that means I'm just a hoe, I can't do nothing. Even though that's not what you're saying, but that's what she's going to hear. You understand what I'm saying? That's what she's going to hear. And that's the point of the matter. Not saying that we can't be strong-willed in conversation. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that when we're on platforms like this, where we're talking in general, we're not speaking specific, we're talking in general. We have to be mindful of the message that we give, how we give the message to the people that's receiving it, all of these different things. Now, if we're going to say that woman is acting like a whore and she has whorish ways, absolutely you can say that. But look at the difference in the way it's taken, opposed to saying, yeah, these hoes is such and such or whatever, such and such and such. It has two different thought processes, even though we might be saying something similar. The point of the matter is we want people to receive the gospel. I can care less about anything else. I don't care if you care about what I say or how I feel. The point of the matter is giving them the gospel and finding a way to get them the gospel. So we have to be mindful in how we speak. We just have to be mindful. Some places you might be able to talk like you're talking, black man. I'm not taking that off the table. Violence is never off the table. It shouldn't be our first decision, but violence is never off the table. So talking ostricely is never off the table. It shouldn't be the first thing that we go for, but we have to know our audience and know the people in which we're speaking to. That's all I'm saying.
All right, we're going to cut that there. BMU, we're going to do a show, me and you. And you can let it rip. And we'll both be just let it rip, okay? But right now I got to get back on topic, man. Because I got to find out if you're going to vote for Kamela or you're going to vote for Trump.
Are you ready for me to answer that?
Sure.
If after all this research I've been doing lately, I wouldn't put Kamala Harris. I wouldn't let her deliver my mail.
Wow. What is so bad about Kamala Harris?
Oh, Well, not only is Kamala, see, this is the thing. People have selective outrage. When Donald Trump said, grab her by the pussy, you know, when he did all that, oh my God, nasty, nasty woman. And they talk about how many women he had. He done slept with all these orange stars and all that stuff. But nobody's talking about Kamala Harris. She was in public with a 60-year-old powerful politician in California taking pictures while this man was still married, kissing this man in the mouth. In front of everybody. Ain't nobody bringing that up. I saw a video of Kamala Harris yesterday, and she said, you know what, as a prosecutor, you know, when I became AD or whatever, what is it, DA or whatever she was.
Attorney
General, AG, right.
Yeah.
She said, with the swipe of my pen, I can make those men miss their jobs, miss work. I can make them be embarrassed in their community. And she said, and I can charge them with a misdemeanor, have them arrested. And then at the end of it, she said, all with a swipe of my pen. And she said, 2 or 3 days later, if I feel like it, just because I got what I wanted from that first part, I'll dismiss all of it. Who says that? So that means in your mind, and we look at the majority of men that you put in jail was our color, that means that you have a vendetta against your own people. To put that in me.
He said she wasn't black, PMU.
Correction, black
she's
man.
Not, she's not black. Yeah. She's Indian. Okay. So, and for her, and she said that on many occasions out of her own mouth, we're not making this up. She said, I am Indian. Yes, I am Indian. So she is an Indian woman, and she's not black. She's playing like she's black, going after the black vote. No, I'll take Trump. I'll take Trump for 400, Alex. If I had to choose one, I'll take Trump. I'd rather hear this. I'd rather hear nasty for 4 years than hear her.
Yeah, can I say something, brother Clarence? Can I just address something?
Yes, sir.
2 seconds. So what Enya said about Nathan addressing David. Yes, Nathan addressed David harshly. He did, but he had a relationship with David. Let Nathan address David the way he did, and they didn't have a relationship. Nathan will be dead. So we have to understand we can't take things out of context. We have to look at it. Even the way Nebuchadnezzar's grandson was addressed by Daniel. He addressed him harshly because they had a relationship. And the way he addressed Nebuchadnezzar's grandson, he was like, man, you knew you shouldn't have did what you did. So what you're going to get, you deserve to get, because they had a relationship. This wasn't something that he was just addressing just in general, just to a whole crowd. So you're absolutely 100% correct. But he had a relationship with that dude.
Plus, Sister Enya, David wasn't getting it. You know, Nathan was trying to be nice at first. He wasn't getting it.
I'll be trying to be nice.
He had to really break it down for him.
And that's a good point too. But yes, like I said, there's a place and time and place for everything. So I'm not taking up what BMU is saying off the table. I'm just saying in general, when we're speaking just in generally, you know, we got to be mindful of how we address things.
Oh, I just want to say something right quick.
I'm sorry, Jeff.
Yeah, I got a little tense. I got a little heated.
I just want to kind of just say a little bit too about the Kamala Harris situation, because again, like she did have a reputation for going with and sleeping her way up to the top.
Come on.
So
is that right?
So I've heard through the grapevine, and she was going with that man at the time he was married, and as well as Montel Williams. Wasn't it Williams? Yeah, the old
that's right.
show. Yeah. So she does have a history of allegedly.
I love that show.
Of sleeping her way to the top. So I do understand the perspective of the things that she's done unethically, like a lot of politicians. Because I'm not gonna say, you know, just because she is a politician, but it should have been done in a more ethical way as a woman, because there's a lot of women that didn't have to do that. They worked their ass off, like Condoleezza Rice and things of that nature, to get to where that they are. No, I'm just speaking, but we know that. I'm speaking that she's highly educated and she didn't have to sleep her way to the top. That's what I'm getting to. So,
but Patrice, how do you know she's sleeping her way to the top?
Well, everybody pretty much. It's rumor. That's why I said allegedly. I said allegedly, Clarence. Okay, but it's rumor. If you ask Judge Joe Brown, he'll beg to differ, right?
Brother Clarence, go Google that picture of her out with Mr. Harris and see her during the time this man was married in public.
Well,
and if you look at Kamala in her 20s, Kamala was tough. She was tough.
What does that have to do with anything?
But she kissing him in the mouth in the pictures.
What does that have to do with what does that have to do with her ability to be in the presidency?
Oh,
so you say the same thing about
Trump?
Me personally, I don't think she could run this country, right?
Absolutely not.
And I'm just gonna say that. Not only just the fact that I don't think that America's ready for a female, whether she's black, white, I don't think they're ready for that, and particularly a woman of color. But even if that wasn't the case, Kamala wouldn't be the choice, right? And now when you talk about the things that she has done that has particularly harmed black race of people, then Black Man Unfiltered is correct. Some of the things that she did while she was district attorney when she was in San Francisco, as well as when she became attorney general, where you have the control to change and push forth laws. And she did it predominantly to hurt predominantly the black men, especially when all of those DNA tests was tainted by a woman in that lab who was intentionally tainting them, and it was hurting innocent people. Predominantly, those men were black men that Kamala refused to test, to let them get retest, so that they could either have a fair trial, or if the DNA proved that they were innocent. She held them for so long that the judge literally had to threaten her for her to do the right thing. Same thing for when she was attorney general. Just ask a young black man named Jamal, y'all look him up, Jamal Lovelace.
The one she laughed at?
DNA evidence proved him to be not guilty for a crime that he didn't commit, that he spent 6.5 years in prison for, that he won a $13 million lawsuit. And that was Kamala Harris that didn't want to release that man after the DNA and the judge proved him and said, release this man.
Which man was this again? Which case?
His name is Jamal Lovelace. Look him up. He did 6.5 years and won $13 million. Kamala was in office during that time. Not to say that even the same thing when it came to they were paying those prisoners $2 a day in California, $2 a day to help put out all those forest fires that California was having. In prison, they paid you the slave wages for real, $2 a day that they were making. When they again,
the 13th Amendment.
This is another situation where these men were supposed to get released or early release from prison. And you know what she said? She didn't want to release them because who would fight them fires? Now, these are the same men that if they come out, they couldn't even get those jobs being a firefighter because they were convicted felons. So when it comes to things like that, in her history and her record, the truancy record, where these black mothers and fathers sent their kids to the school, drop them off, had no awareness that their children were playing hooky. They locked these people up. This was Kamala Harris in their truancy law. So when it comes to, again, do your research. A lot of these people don't realize that the laws and the things that was put in place that she fought against hurt our people more than any other race of people. But now she black. But these are not the questions that we are not asking her. I would never, ever, even as a black woman, vote for Kamala Harris. Ever.
You preaching today.
Now, I just digress right here, right now.
Y'all, let's let Rush get in here.
Damn.
Because Rush been sitting here for a while. Rush, what you got to say, man?
Yeah, man, definitely. I would never vote for Kamela either, man. It's a shame that
What's up, Rush? You heard?
Yo, what's good? What's good? Salute. Yeah, it's just a shame that you know, sometimes you know how people, they get behind something just because they assume that somebody shares the same ethnic background as them, which is totally inaccurate. She's not black, she did her she's like Indian or whatever, but now she's proclaiming to be a black woman. And just like the lady just said earlier, man, she create these laws to to hurt a certain demographic of people. And when she refused to help out the young man after they had tangible evidence that he was innocent, it took the Supreme Court to get involved to force her to do the right thing. And you got to ask yourself, man, if she can't handle this kind of power to do the right thing, what makes you think if she becomes a president that she's gonna do the right thing? Nobody's perfect, man, but I'm definitely gonna vote for Trump, man. You know what I mean? Because why? Putin came up to him. He was like, "Yo, listen, man, you ain't gotta wait till you get to the chair. Let's work out a peace treaty right now, man." You know what I mean? Word is born. So I'd rather have him in there because I think he has the capability to postpone this war that's getting ready to take place, man. You know what I
mean? Remember also, what about the countries that don't deal with women leaders? Now, I'm not talking about the countries that have folded. I'm not talking about the countries that have folded and said, "Oh, we get women leaders." I'm talking about the countries that we could potentially go to war with, who whip their women for even speaking aloud. I'm talking about places like Yemen. I'm talking about places like Afghanistan, Iraq. When she go to their countries to sit down and talk peace, what happens when they say, "We don't want you here. We're not talking to no woman"? Because my thing is this: we talk about all these different things about, oh, we have morals and we have values, but just because this woman say she black, she got everybody excited. But this woman did the first lesbian.
She never said she was black.
Okay. You want me to send you a video?
What?
There's a video. I made a compilation. I made a short out of it on my channel. When she went to Atlanta, and they say the first black, and even when Megan Thee Stallion introduced her, what Megan said, "Y'all, we're gonna have the first woman president." I'm sorry, excuse me, the first black woman president. Here come Kamala. Hey.
But she didn't ever call herself black.
Why would you let yourself be called you something you're not? Black. Why would you let yourself be called something you're not?
Because she lets herself be called a person of color.
And you trust that?
And I trust that. I don't trust her or him. I don't trust either one of them.
So who you voting for?
That's the thing. I'm trying to decide. What can I do?
You already know what's up. Ain't no woman need to run this country.
I mean,
come on now.
Can't you do any worse than Biden?
Hold on, man. Joe Biden was shaking hands with American and shitting on himself. So he was already done. I'm sorry, Bolo. Don't cry over that, Bolo. All
right. See, because I think you guys,
So would you vote for Robert Kennedy?
Hell no.
What? Okay. So Robert and Jack Kennedy, right? They were both having an affair with Marilyn Monroe. Matter of fact, the guy, the mob boss out of was Atlantic Chicago. All three of them was having sex with her at the same time, right?
Wait a minute. Hold on. If we're gonna go that route, then we all know that Kamela slept her way to the top. She has no type of experience.
They just said that earlier, Rush.
Rush, you just putting that out there. You don't know that. Do you?
Everybody know that, man. We don't. Listen, man. We
Yeah,
know
come
that.
on. Hold on. Now, even
That's
JoJo
a
Brown
huge
said
assumption.
JoJo Brown said when they was in school, she was not the brightest person in the room. Now, not only him say that now, not only him that said that, but a few people said she wasn't the brightest person in law school. But when she started sleeping with Brother Brown, Brother Willie Brown, her grades went up. All of a sudden, she started getting positions nobody else could get. People that were tenured and seniored.
BMU. What has been done can't be undone.
Come on now. That she was giving that man, she was throwing that thing back on that man, and that man gave her everything.
What is?
And if you
What
go
has
look
that
at
got to
Kamala
do?
Harris, huh?
What has that got to do with her ability to run the presidency?
What?
Either she's
That
qualified.
has a lot to do with it, man.
Either she's qualified.
She's not qualified. No.
Wait. Because she had, wait. Let me see if I understand what you're saying. Let me see. Wait a minute. Well, let me see if I understand what you're saying. You're saying because she was having an affair that disqualifies her from being able to run a country. Is that what you're saying?
No. What I'm saying is how you
do
anything is how you do everything. And I will add to that is that your record of how you've done men. There are men that says Kamala laughed at them when they were being sentenced, knowing that they were innocent. And she laughed at them in the courtroom, giggled at them. Family members have came forward and said that. Laugh. These go right now. Just go Google these other countries.
I want Bro Clarence to pull up the Jamal Lovelace and listen to him talk.
Yeah, absolutely.
I can't find it. I'm gonna try to find it. I can't find it.
Well, first of all, real quick, because as much as I hate to interrupt this interruption, anybody can do better than Biden. And I also agree that I don't think she should be running. I don't think she should be running for presidency. I think she still needs to take some notes. And I was just cutting with the whole Robert Kennedy because I can't even understand the guy half the time he speaks. No offense. He just sounds like Groot. But I think Trump is the best option at this moment from what we have, from the cards that we're dealt with. You deal with the cards that you've been dealt with. And, like I said, Kamala Harris, no. It's just no offense, Brosi.
All right. Let me ask you guys a question then. Well, I just asked it. See, because what I'm trying to do is find some concrete reasons why. Like, I can deal with the fact that we say Trump has experience. And at that level, I would rather have somebody with experience there. I can deal with that. But it's just, she slept with these people. She said she was black and she ain't black. Those, to me, ain't good reasons why we got to just throw her out of the window.
She ain't experienced. She couldn't even handle the immigration task that was given to her by Biden. She said she's incompetent.
Yeah.
And I will say I do agree with Trump's stance on immigration wholeheartedly. I do. But she was given that task as vice president, and then she went ghost. Where the hell was she after that whole thing?
Hold on, OG. She didn't go ghost.
Well, where was she after that whole thing?
She didn't go ghost. She flipped her script.
Hold on, y'all, real quick. Hold on, Patrice. I'm gonna let you finish, but Bola got to go. I just want him to drop some last remarks real quick.
No, well, yeah, thank you guys for having me. Love all of y'all, and like I said, man, just don't let these people move you emotionally. Start thinking panoramically and start using the Holy Spirit to move you and how you need to move to do better for your community, for your family, and for yourself. So, with that being said, thank you guys for having me and bless you. I love you all.
Thank you, brother. Love you too, man.
Love you more.
All right, peace.
Okay, Patrice, go back to it.
Now, I was just saying, about that whole situation. I know what you mean, Marcus. She didn't per se go ghost. I'm just saying she was an effective vice president, and I know there's only a certain amount of power that could be given to her, but she fumbled the ball when it came to the immigration stance. Like with that whole immigration situation, she really fumbled the ball. And now we look at the mess that we have.
I know some balls she didn't fumble.
And of course, the Democratic Party is using that on their side, right, as their part of their stance too with the whole immigration situation. But look what we got. We are born and raised here, American taxpayer citizens, have worked hard. Our parents, our grandparents, right, have worked hard, and we can't get jack-ish, barely get a house loan, a car loan, a bank loan to start a business, and they come right over here and they get all of these amenities. And that was because of the Biden administration. And then you talk to that mother, the 12-year-old girl who was raped and murdered by some of those immigrants that came over here. They raped and murdered a 12-year-old girl. They are committing a lot of the crimes that's going on. So let's not pretend like that's not happening. So yeah, when it comes to that, you got people born and raised taxpayer citizens here, and we can't get $6,000-$7,000 debit credit card with food stamps and all of this and housing and all this and that. When it comes to resources, we can't even get it.
It's a lot more than that. It's a lot more than that. You're probably talking about that receipt that went viral. She had $13,000 worth of food stamps, right? And then for her cash card, debit card was about $5,000. That is just yo. I've never seen nothing like that before, you know, and I think that's unjust that the American people don't get that first, you know.
You know what though? I'm gonna play devil's advocate for a second. Can I do that? I think
I was just gonna say.
I work downtown Dallas, here in Dallas, the great city of Dallas, Texas. And when I go to work every day and I pass the construction sites, it's 100,000 Mexicans building those buildings that people are going to make billions of dollars in. I don't see no black faces. I don't see no white faces. I see white authority, but the workers, 100% Hispanic. When I leave work and I get on the highway, and they're doing work on Highway 75, 635, 35, 30, and so on and so forth, 100% Hispanic. I don't even think I've seen, to think about it, I don't think I've seen a black construction worker in a minute. Because you know why? Because we, as a people, let me say this, and I know it ain't gonna be sexy, but us as a people, we've gotten to the point, I ain't going out no damn sun, staying out there for no 12 hours a day doing no work. I ain't gonna pick no potatoes. I ain't picking no tomatoes. I'm not picking no corn. I ain't doing none of that shit. I'm out. And the Mexicans say, oh, okay, we'll do it. And they come over here and they do it. And people get mad and go home and fry them potatoes, but don't know the very people that they talking about came across the border picked them potatoes that they eat. So we need to have a deeper conversation about why black folks so damn lazy that they don't want the jobs that the Mexicans coming over here doing. I'd land my plane there.
Since I'm the token Mexican in this panel, I just want to speak that. Just to unpack that real quick, and the reason why I say she didn't go ghost, what Kamala did was pull the rug and just do a complete 180. Because one day she was saying, open your borders, but then once some certain things happen and certain events happen, she's like, we are not opening the borders. It is closed. You cannot come here. There is no sanction for you. So I just found it funny when they did that under the Biden administration, when they flipped the script on people, when before it was like, no, we'll welcome you with opening arms and stuff like that as part of their campaign. But yeah, when it comes to the whole immigration thing, I do agree, because I think that's a big issue, because like I was telling Brother Bolo in the beginning of the stream earlier, I just think we have Americans here that have more issues, that are medical bills, whether it's medical issues, homelessness, severe, like you see Skid Row, you see Seattle, you see other places, you go along even smaller local cities and towns, you see the rising of this. Now, more drug addiction, a lot of pharmaceuticals being pushed because a lot of tycoons, monopolies of it, a lot of our tax dollars,
Go ahead. Marcus, if I can interject right here, not to mention, I see more veterans that deal with mental health issues that are homeless on the street almost than I see regular homeless bums. Why is that? These are people that have served their country, have paid a price. They come home. Some of them be messed up. They can't get decent housing. They can't get decent health care. And they end up having mental issues and they homeless on the streets. And we have a government where these people have fought for this country. We have a government that don't take care of them like they should. That's fact.
Yeah, that's facts.
That's fact.
It hurts.
You should, when them military men come home, they shouldn't have to struggle for nothing. I mean, I've gotten shot at. I've seen people who I care about and love get blown up and shot in front of me. I'm dealing with mental issues, can't sleep at night. And you mean to tell me the best the country can do for me is a bridge and a blanket? Oh, hell no. Hell no.
Yeah. Yeah. And so that's why it goes back down to the whole immigration thing. It's not that we don't want, this is how it is, right? There's people waiting in line fairly to become a U.S. American citizen. I'm not saying that our country is Disneyland, but our country is one of the lands that offers a lot of opportunity for people that if you become an actual citizen, you can take advantage of it and it'll work out for you if you know how to play the game right. So I think that's where I have the issue. There's people that are fairly waiting in line of all different cultures and backgrounds to actually do it the right way, as opposed to getting cut in line. And, people here, they're on expired. Like some people end up becoming expired on their visa. Some people, DACA, they used to call it back in the day. I think they changed the term now. So yeah, and the reason why go ahead.
No, Mark, you're quick so the people can know that's watching. Can you tell us, as being a Hispanic, can you tell the people, because I know the answer, but I want you to say it. Can you tell the people how long it takes to become a citizen of the United States? How long they're making some of these people wait?
Oh, now it's years. Now it's a handful of years. It could be anywhere from 5 years. It could be 8 to 8 years to even 10. And so it also like the asylum and everything too.
Yeah. So I'm trying to do better by my family. And you telling me I'm 30 and you tell me I can't become a citizen of this country till I'm 40? Okay, I'll take my chances across the border. I'll take my chances of sneaking in. Because y'all gonna wait 10 years and I'm trying to do it the right way. And my daughter 10 years old, by the time I get to the United States, my daughter's 20. You mean you're gonna make me wait? No, I'm gonna sneak in. And I think we need to have a reform with that. If those people are doing it the right way, I guarantee you, if you start doing it the right way and get these people in 6 months to a year or a year and a half or so, they'll say it'll calm down a little bit. But when they trying to do it the right way and they gotta wait a decade, oh hell no, they're gonna sneak in.
Yes, and then that's the unfortunate thing too. Poverty, dangerous threats. The government itself can be so corrupt. You can't rely on police. You can't rely on medical expenses. You can't, their way of getting medical, is under the table.
I totally agree with that, because if the shoe was in the other foot, you couldn't go to Mexico like that and use up all the resources. There's a certain channel and process you have to go through in order for you to be legitimate to be outside in their country. They do this because they want to.
You talk about dual citizenship?
Yeah, dual citizenship. They do that because they want to protect the jobs and certain resources for their own people. Know what I mean? And that's what just America is doing for their people. And hey man, life ain't fair, man. Sometimes you gonna have to take it out.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's also part of humanity, survival too, adaptability. But the thing is too, I think people need to understand too, the reason why you're going to get undocumented, because now you got to say undocumented, because if you say illegal immigrants, it'll sound too harsh. But undocumented people that are coming over, and then you're going to pay them lesser wages because you can afford them. They don't really have a say in how much you can pay them, because you can just deport them. I just knew this because working with Dad's business when I was younger. There's plenty of guys out there that some, hypothetically or allegedly, they didn't have the proper paperwork to be over here, but they were working. And so they settled for certain wages. And sometimes, well, guess what? We'll sprinkle you this, but we won't give you the full benefits of being an employee, but we'll give you a decent wage. But, that's just the price, pros and cons, like I was talking earlier. And that's why you see some, they don't really stand around anymore outside of Home Depot or Lowe's, because Border Patrol, they will customs, will swoop up and they will show up. And then, some people in the public parks, depending where they'll go, they'll stop by and they'll see a handful of them sitting around trying to get work, labor. But it's sometimes, like you say, it's the cheaper option. And some people, like you said, homegrown citizens don't want to be outside working so much, or in the kitchen and dishes. And I understand also at the same time, certain jobs aren't going to pay enough to cover the bills either. So I understand both sides all around the spectrum of it too.
Well, okay, let me ask you guys a question. Everybody on the panel, which president is going to be better for the undocumented folks that's in here? Which president would be a better deal for them?
Oh, Kamala.
Why is that?
Because of that bill. They were talking about a certain bill, because right now they're getting so many benefits. Like undocumented people can get benefits just like citizens can. Unfortunately, like they're soaking up food stamps, they're soaking up cash aid, they're soaking up Medicaid, Medi-Cal. That's where they were thinking of also doing of a housing or an apartment closing for affordable housing, Section 8, all that, etc. It doesn't have to be disabled either, but things like that, that'll help more. And the Democrats will always want to get more votes that way too, which was weird because you won't take a felon's vote or a person that's convicted, but you'll take a person that's not documented as a citizen,
Exactly, Marcus. My sentiments, especially somebody that may be a felon of a nonviolent crime, why they can't vote. But you'll let somebody undocumented, not born and raised here, have no ties, never paid no taxes, nothing invested as an American taxpaying citizen, and you'll let them come in and you'll let them vote. And that's the reason why the Democrats is pressing that so hard, because guess what? They'll become the majority over guess who? Us. People that look like me. Okay? Watch that part. Yeah, we hear you, bro.
We can hear you.
All right, because I'm going in and out over here. All right, so does everybody had a chance to answer that? Everybody thinks Kamala would be the best. If you're a non-documented, Kamala would be the best option on the table.
Yeah, I mean that's
I agree.
my answer.
Yeah.
Okay, why would that be? Why would that be so? Because I don't see her saying we're going to shell out a whole bunch of programs. I think she did that under the Biden administration, but I don't see her saying she's going to repeat that process. Do you guys, have any of you guys heard that?
She's guilty by association.
Absolutely, and her stance has always been like everybody deserves to come over here and have the American dream, including undocumented immigrants. Okay.
Okay.
Because I don't know what I would do. I had some brickwork done at my house. I don't know what I would do without the Mexicans at Home Depot. Shit, I had 5 or 6 of them over here working.
I think you guys are right.
Cooking and everything, cleaning and everything, huh?
Who you going to vote for? I'm curious.
Let me say why I think you guys are right. Her parents came over or immigrated here, so I think she would have a special love for people that's trying to have a better life and are willing to, risk it all to come to a whole new country, not speak the language, and so on and so forth.
Bro, see, do you know if they legally did it or did they illegally do it?
I think they legally did it. I think the husband came first, and then he brought the wife, and then they brought the kids and everything. So I think now don't quote me, but I think they legally did it because she's got a sister here too. And I think, it's just
if that's the case, though, then she needs to lead by example. Then, if that's the case,
yeah,
lead by example. Like, what do you mean?
And drop out the race?
Because no, no, I'm saying if her parents did it the legal way, then that should be something she should be pressing. Like, look, my parents did it. They came way overseas to come over here, but they were legal about it. I don't think you should be doing it illegally. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm just saying that's the contradiction in it. If
she's not gonna do that because she's scared that they're gonna reveal her
right.
dad and not
and that's not a pretty thing to say. So you got to say pretty things when you're in an election. When you're in a race, you got to say pretty stuff. And if you ain't saying pretty stuff, then you better have a huge base. Like,
well, what's the saying? Like, what's her saying? What has been done can't be undone, or something.
Well, I don't even know, man. She's such a pariah out here in California, man. I mean, most people just, we know who.
Oh, she's a dark horse
in California, but I don't know about the other
other
parts of the country. They don't probably know her. You know what I mean? And I don't think there would be a problem. That you guys might differ with me, but I don't think it would be a problem for her. I mean, because you don't have to negotiate with that person. You can send somebody else to negotiate, right? If people will say, well, I ain't going to sit down with Kamala Harris, but I'll sit down with this dude, they'll just send that dude, right? That's Japanese people do that all the time, right? The Japanese boss, you think you're going to sit down with the head man, you end up sitting down with some beautiful lady, right? You're not gonna sit down with the head man typically.
Brother Clarence, I love you. I do. But let me tell you something.
I love you too, brother.
These other countries don't give a damn about that. What they're going to say is, we're not sitting down with the woman to discuss war. For what? They're not going to do it. They're going to say, we don't give a damn what representative you sent. If Kamala Harris wins the presidency, we will be the laughing stock of the world.
Okay. How come?
Because most of the countries that are a threat to our country, they don't deal with women leaders. They don't, and this will be a first-time thing for the United States.
I don't know.
They don't deal with women leaders. They do not.
I don't see that. I don't see that. Now, if you could show me that in real time, cool. I'll accept it. But I just don't see that being a stickler. I think most people are going to war because of money. That's most wars are over money. Right?
Brother Clarence, in Dubai, if a woman raises her voice at a man, she goes to prison.
Okay.
These countries don't deal with women. They don't want to hear your voice, you to be seen and not heard. They don't want to deal with her.
Okay, that's Dubai. Most of these countries.
No. I just named them a few minutes ago. Yemen, Afghanistan.
But you naming countries.
What about
Yemen and Dubai? You naming countries that take financial aid from America.
Yo, what about that black chick that got arrested? She did a bid in Dubai. She was a truck driver and she went on vacation in Dubai and she disrespected a male. Yeah, she disrespected a male employee and she did a few years for that, man.
In jail.
Yeah. And if they'll do that to her, well, what do you think they'll do to a female president, man? A female black president at that, right?
They're gonna put her
that so-called proclaims to be a black woman.
Let me say, can I say something?
Rush.
Let me say something real quick. Real quick, Vice News, I remember they sent out reporters over there to talk about the differences in the culture. Okay. So clearly they don't allow women to drive, right? For the most part, but certain ways. They don't allow women to drive. One of the daughters of a family that they were doing a documentary on, turns out that she came out as being queer, lesbian. And there are dire consequences, especially with a certain ideology and how they, do certain things. Turns out that you can get thrown in prison and even stoned to death for things like that. So when the Vice crew was sent over there, they were trying to find her. They found her. The parents basically shunned her. The dad disowned her. But on top of that, they had pressed charges for that and tried to look her up through her social media. Ended up catching her. The Vice News couldn't find her. Turns out that she was thrown in prison. And after that, trying to look for her in prison, she was clearly stoned to death. So that's just the way things are over there, unfortunately. And I agree with Rush. It's unfortunate. It is the way it is. But that's over there. That's over there.
Right. What did the African president say? He said, I had Vice President Kamala Harris come here to discuss war, to discuss tactical things. I talked to Germany. We had good conversation about tactical, how we're going to do as an army and military. She come over here telling us she's going to stop all sanctions and giving money to the country because we want to accept men marrying men. Who is this woman? Go look it up. She went over there talking about gay marriage.
Sounds like a nice guy.
Instead of talking about war. I'm telling you, it's crazy. Oh Lord, I just hope she drop out. If this woman win, y'all, we need to find an exit. We gotta find an exit plan.
If she get into if this broad get into office, man, we are screwed, man.
And I really believe they would be stolen it from Trump if she do win. I just don't believe as a whole that America is ready for her as a female.
Hold on, gang. Hold on.
Point as a female, period. I don't think they ready.
OG Patrice,
wait, black man. Let me get T-Biz in here. You've been waiting for a while, so get T-Biz in here and see what he
showed up, man. What's going on? How y'all doing?
What's going on, big brother?
Not much, man. Not much. Hey, how you doing, OG Patrice?
What's your take on anything we've been talking about, T-Biz?
Well, I caught the first part, then I had to take off for a bit and take care of some stuff, and I just came back to this last portion. And so the stuff that I've heard for the most part is pretty correct. It's not the fact that it's really a woman, as in the culture. That's the big thing. It's the culture. And a lot of those countries that are across the pond, if you will, don't subscribe to any of those things. And they have gone against it. And they have put in their independent spot. And it makes it's looked at as a weakness. The strongest female person in charge, the last strongest female person in charge was Margaret Thatcher in Britain. That was the last strongest female respected world figure. And it was mainly because she was very conservative.
Okay.
Very. That's the last woman that has ever been in charge that has been respected on the international stage. Period.
And that was based on her conservative views?
Yes. It was mainly based on her conservative views. She was it had the things that she went with and the things that she rocked was basically things that helped build economies. She was very strong military. She didn't really take much flack at all. And she really stood on her square for the most part. Wow. It wasn't until...
And now the British have Greta Thunberg.
Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. I mean, that's the equivalent, right? Merkel over in Germany, not respected. She's a patsy at most for the globalists, and a lot of things that they have going on right now. And the reason why you're seeing all of these things like BRICS come into play now and everything else is because of the globalist push that are happening right now. So when you start looking at what's happening in Davos, when the World Economic Forum and the stuff that's being pushed out there, that does not sit right with a good portion of the world. And that's why
you mean the Crown Forum, right?
Huh?
You mean the Crown Forum, the British forum?
No. I meant the World Economic Forum, right?
Oh,
there's a globalist meeting of the World Economic Forum. It normally meets in Davos, and you have a lot of Western minds that are there, but the Western mindset is very globalist. And what they're trying to do is basically it's the whole push for the one world government. I advise anyone that's here right now to take a look at Agenda 2030. That's what they're pushing for.
I already read that, Doc.
Yeah, but that's what they're pushing for. That does not. The reason why you have BRICS for the most part is because of that. That's one of the main linchpins in it. They want to take away national sovereignty. And because they want to take away from national sovereignty, it does not sit well with a lot of countries around the world, especially the main ones like China, like Russia, India. Of all places, I would not have thought
they hate Russia
to be a big player in this. But no, they might hate Russia, but the enemy of my enemy is my friend. See what I'm going? So you have Brazil, you have Russia, you have India, you have China, you have South Africa. North Korea is trying to make a play into it. But here's the kicker. There's been talks about certain areas like Argentina now trying to make a play into it because they're bringing everything into a gold standard again. Well, that was all fine and dandy, and it wasn't that big of a threat until Saudi Arabia start saying we're going to accept all currency for our oil. All before it was U.S. currency only. You had to use the dollar to buy Saudi Arabian oil. Not anymore. That went by the wayside in June. So now it's not propped up. The U.S. dollar is not propped up against anything. It is just pretty much paper.
Never has been.
No. It hasn't been since it's been off the gold standard, But by proxy,
that's what I meant.
But by proxy, it was because you could only buy the Saudis' oil with the dollar. So everyone had to use the dollar. That was actually making it worth something. It's not worth anything now. So that's why this is what, yes. So now you're starting to see an even more increase in inflation. These guys here, that administration that we currently have right now, and this is where people fail to miss everything. The reason they've done a lot of the things that they've done is that they want to literally move forward to more of a globalist economy with digital currency in that regards, and America not really having its sovereignty anymore. They are real big on that. That's one of the reasons why they hate Trump so much. They hate Trump for that reason, and that reason alone is that he does not want it. He wants to move America back to the gold standard. He wants to, anytime everyone that people hear that make America great again, and they just go all insane. Oh, it's racist. No, really and truly, what he's trying to keep is the national sovereignty and not be pushed to a global economy piece. Don't want that because it's not good for America. They stated something in Davos.
Markets will crash.
Oh, markets are already starting to. This is the problem. Right now, most people don't understand how important this next election is, because it's really determining how America is going to go. The Saudis were at first waiting until the election before they were going to decide if they were going to pull dollar only off of their oil purchase for people to purchase oil. That's how important it was. They decided they just went in and said, screw it, because they saw more money to be made with more currency that's going to be based off gold. So they kind of like, poof, let it open. And so what people fail to understand is that she has no record to stand on at all. She has nothing. Her record does not exist. It's not that she hasn't, it's not whether she has done something or not done something. She has no record, period. So everything that you hear her speak and everything that you hear her talk about, you will hear her say, we did this. Well, as the Biden administration, we in the Biden administration, or we in the administration here, we've done this, and this, and this, and this, and this, and this. But the fact of the matter is, she's talking about someone else's spot, right? She's calling in what was done under Obama, what was done under Biden. That's what she's doing, right? She has no record. She had no record when she was a senator, really. You look at everything that she voted for, it was so far left. It was so far left that even some of her own party would not rock with her. That's why she bottomed
Nobody
out.
voted for her, remember?
No, that's why she bottomed out in the 2020 election. She was running for president. Remember, this is the same person that stood up and talked about how racist Joe Biden was and how he was a horrible person and all of these other things and everything else. And then she got destroyed by Tulsi Gabbard, who proceeded to basically pull her quote unquote record that if you try to go look for right now, it's been almost proverbially scrubbed from the internet. Literally, you have to go literally dig.
Yeah,
you have to literally, yeah. You have to
find it.
You have to literally go dig and go get papers. You have to now pretty much go get papers from the Freedom of Information Act. You have to literally go grab
archive documents.
Yes, to get her record, because her record was so bad. It was so bad that she was the Supreme Court had here's the deal. The Supreme Court, not the state Supreme Court, the federal Supreme Court had to literally go and force her in her office.
We just talked about that.
Yeah, to open up. So you already talked about it. I won't get into it. Right.
No,
I won't even get into it. So now you know that now. right?
Oh yeah, I told
But
him that the Supreme Court judge literally threatened, like, what? Yeah, no,
yeah,
it's bad.
her record, but see, that's not even her voting record in Congress. That's just what she did as AG, right? When she went to Congress, she only went in. When she got into the Senate, the stuff that she rocked with was so bad that, like you said, she couldn't even get votes in her party. When Bernie Sanders is beating you down and talking about how garbage you are, that's pretty bad, because Bernie Sanders is not that great.
Exactly. It's funny
So
because when she ran in 2020, yeah,
2020,
I actually met her in person. She came to Las Vegas at the time where I worked at and gave a speech for this nonprofit organization that I worked for. And at the time, I was the executive assistant for the CEO. And she came and they brought her through the back of the CEO's office, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I literally was face to face with her. So of course I was cordial and nice, shook her hand. And I said, I actually gave her a compliment because actually she's more beautiful in person than she is on TV. I will give her that. She's gorgeous. Yeah, she is. No lie. I ain't gonna take nothing from the woman. And I told her, I gave her the compliment, one woman to another, but she thought that meant because
I'll
I
take one for the
said
team.
that I was gonna get her vote. And I told her no. And she asked me why, and I told her I didn't care for her policies. Period.
No, Patrice.
Said, go ahead. No, I was just gonna say. She said, well, I understand your perspective in that, but I would hope that you would change your mind. And I said, no, I doubt that I would. I didn't even take a picture with her. I gave her a just due compliment as a beautiful woman, but that was it. As far as it went with that, but she wanted to take that like that meant something as me as a Black woman talking to a woman of a color. Oh, I got you on that. So I know I got your vote. Oh no, sorry, no, you don't.
Yeah, when you look at her voting record and the things she's voted for, for example, she's voted for abortion till the 9th month, right? She's voted for the basically tearing up, because they tried to get her to say that she was voting for Medicaid for all, right? She's like, no, we need to basically tear all of that up, and basically have, like, the way she put it, it was no private insurance at all, everything state funded, everything. So people were like, well, we have good insurance. Well, yeah, no, nothing, no, nothing, right? So a lot of the stuff that she did, not just to the 9th month, through the 9th month.
Wow.
This is not to the 9th month. This is through the 9th month. The baby's head is in the canal of the woman's vagina, and you can put a pick in it and kill it. Yes.
Wow.
She was up until. And I said one day I got this video, and I will play it for everyone to listen to it and everything else. But this guy comes out and he says something that's very profound. He talks about the evils of that. But these are the things that she literally had, the kind of extreme stuff that she had going. And the reason why is because she is a socialist communist. This is what she is. This is what she freely admits that she is. She believes that the state should be involved in every aspect of your life, and not only involved in every aspect of your life, but control every aspect of your life.
Right.
And so
that's how it's going down there where her people are from. And that I don't think it's so good.
No, it's not. It doesn't go in. This is what people fail to understand. It all sounds good on paper. It all sounds good on communism. Sounds good on paper. Socialism sounds good on paper. Why? Because someone needs something and people are willing to help. God designed it to be you doing that of your own free will, aka called charity. You help out your fellow man who is in need. But if someone is forcing
your neighbor to your left and your right.
Exactly. But if someone is forcing you to do this with a gun pointed to your head,
it's a dictatorship.
That is robbery. That is theft. So when you, and this is what people fail to understand, because when you look at what's said in communism, and I hate quoting it, and I always mess it up sometimes, but they say it basically, the saying goes from the Communist Manifesto, is something like each according to their ability, to each according to their need, right? Something like that, right? In other words, and this is why they always, they'll say key things, and they'll say stuff like there needs to be equality for all, right? But they don't talk about equality. It's not about equality of opportunity. It's about equality of outcome. So it doesn't matter if you have a specific skill set that you see a specific need and you feel that specific need and you become wealthy behind that. No, you only became wealthy because you stepped on the necks of your fellow man. So by default, all things that are anyone that has become wealthy is by default evil. But yet and still, they are always clamoring for the power to be and clamoring for the wealth. It's
Julius
amazing.
Caesar.
It's amazing how this happens, and it's amazing how it sets up. And people don't, because they've been so blinded by getting things, they miss the avenue of how they got them. And so when that happens, people get left in the dust. It's the same. Look no further than Venezuela. Venezuela, not even a good 10 years ago, was one of the most wealthiest countries in the world. They elected this guy called Maduro, who basically deceived the people in thinking that they're not getting their fair share, and look at these elites over here and look at these elites over there and look at what they have and you don't have it. And he used jealousy and he used envy to get into power. Now the people are hunting down zoo animals and rats. They're fleeing by the millions out of that country. And now they just had an election. He technically loses, but what does he do? He says that the election is null and void and that he is still in power.
Yeah.
But he owns the military. So who's going to take it away?
And think about this too. Just a comparison, because I talked about this about a year and a half, almost 2 years ago, and we're about Mexico's, America's dollar, and comparing it to the history we have with Mexico. Because remember, back in Mexico, back in the 80s, the peso wasn't as low until the 90s hit with the presidency that they had. And it plummeted so low. And you saw what happened, where you saw even more border crossings of illegal immigrants and stuff, or undocumented. I'm sorry. And you saw the yeah, exactly. But that's just how they put it.
We don't have to be politically correct around there. This is legal immigration.
Yeah, and the power vacuum of it. You saw how the peso just plummeted, and now you're seeing that the U.S. dollar, because like you said, it's virtual currency they want to move towards. I think they were even implementing the whole chip. Did you hear about that, Anthony? The whole chip inside of you to scan and be able to merchant and barter and stuff. And it's going to be about the haves and have-nots. It's trying to go back to the I hate to say, like a dystopian, what is it called, apocalyptic type stuff. So it's just, you see all that happening.
Well, the deal is it's not going to be a have and have-nots, really. It's just going to be the have-nots. That's what it's really going to be. And I've touched on this a number of times in the village, and so has Bolo. But he talks about, if you want to see what they go look up Georgia Guidestones. They want a population decrease to 500,000 people. They believe the world should be down to 500,000 people. That's it. Easily controlled. Now think about that and understand that there are over almost, well, no, I think now it is little over 8 billion people. So this is not a thing. You can listen to these guys and they trump these same talking points if you just sit back and pay attention. Same thing, Biden and Harris was talking about the same thing not even a good few months ago. They were echoing what they were saying in the World Economic Forum, whereby World Economic Forum, it's not Strauss, but it's Klaus Schwab. Klaus Schwab said that the goal is for you to own nothing and be happy. Think about that for a second. To own nothing and be happy. There's a push for these things.
That sounds like something George Soros would say.
George Soros is a part of this. Klaus Schwab, who has now started to step down, and they got a new guy in his place. But that's their push, is for people, not Americans, all over the world, to own nothing and be happy. You will not own a car. You will not own a home. You will not own a means of business. You will not own anything. Everything will be a lease or a rent. So again, these people are trumpeting the same thing as these other people. So who has your best interest at heart? How do you get someone to own nothing? You can do one or two things. You can forcibly take it away from them, or you can make it so expensive that they cannot afford it. Well, what are you talking about? How does that happen? Look no further than what you've seen over the last 2 or 3 years, where the average home price has tripled compared to what it was in 2020 and 2021.
I think they did that in that film Elysium, right?
They did. These things are not, they show you these things in these movies and stuff like that, and then most people don't pay attention. But if you really look at some of these movies and some of the stuff that they're doing, they're telling you what they're going to be doing ahead of time. The average person between the ages of 20 and 30, and even between 25 and 30, now has to have a roommate because they cannot afford their own place, or two, or three in some cases, depending on where you're staying, because they cannot afford their own simple place to live. And we're just talking about renting an apartment. So when you look at these things, and they're not apologetic behind it. I remember when Trump said when he was in office and everything else, and they were talking about all of this stuff. And I remember, you go back to Obama's presidency, and he said, this was out of his mouth. You can go look it up. It was out of his mouth. He said that this economy is the norm. You will never see $1.50, $1.99, $1.50, $1.49. You won't see these pre-1990, you won't see these 1990 prices anymore. That time has come and gone. Trump gets in.
You're making me cry right now.
He cuts taxes. That's one of the first things that he did. He cuts taxes. He opens up the energy. He starts up, because keep in mind, all along the Gulf, there's drilling and there's oil drilling. We were not really drilling our own oil. We were buying it. We were leasing drill rights to foreign companies. Shell, it's Dutch company. BP and Marathon, those are both British companies, British and Indian companies. They were leasing the rights to drill in the Gulf. Two of those, you remember that BP oil spill, that big thing that that shook up the whole Gulf, and it was like leaking gas, and I mean leaking oil all over the place, and it tore up
Didn't
the
that
Gulf.
result in like people like passing away and like multi-million-dollar lawsuit or something like that? Wasn't that like that?
Yes, you remember that, right? That was not an American.
Yeah, I remember. I remember that.
That was not an American company. That's a British company. That's British Petroleum.
Okay,
they
y'all.
did that.
Y'all, you guys make some good points.
So so we were leasing that out. Trump comes in, he says, bump that, reduce the amount of leases, and then he opened up where we were using our own oil. They told him, you can't do that. We need to keep our reserves. He asked them the question, how long is our reserves? How much do we have in reserves? Keep in mind that we were selling our reserves prior to this. We were selling our reserves to other countries. He asked them how much we had in reserve. They told him that we had enough oil in reserve that was enough for 500 years. Think about that for a second. He said, why aren't we using our own oil? They said, well, we only have our reserve. How much is in the reserve? We have enough for 500 years. Why aren't we using our own oil? So what winds up happening is he says, bump that. We start doing our own oil. We start pumping our own oil out of the Gulf and bringing it back through from Alaska again, because they had kind of shut down the pipeline for Alaska. It wasn't doing what it was doing before. And so now we get oil from Alaska, we're pumping our own oil, we're using it and filling our reserves, so the reserves are still capped. And all of a sudden, gas prices go down to $1.69, $1.59. What you remember, we were told this was never going to happen again. The cost of good, because the cost, and this is how supply chains work. This is how things work. Because the oil goes down, the oil and the gas now gets to go down. So now it's cheaper to transport goods and services. So now it reduces the cost of things that are in the stores that you buy. Manufacturing costs go down. He reduces the corporate tax and forces companies to come back from China, give American jobs, build American plants, and put things back here in the States at a lower tax rate, which causes a boom in the economy. So now we're living basically like early 90s type of stuff. That's how well your money is stretching. People have more money in their retirement accounts. People have more money to invest into the economy. More small businesses opened in decades. More major businesses expand. All of these things happen. And we have one of the best economies in the last 50 freaking years. And what happens? The people are ginned up behind a fake pandemic. They are ginned up behind, he said some mean things to their face. And all of a sudden, the people, they tricked and deceived people to get into their feelings. And here was the biggest deception at all. Once they got the whole thing with COVID in place, they did it just in time for the election. So that what they came out with was, we did what we had not done in ever. We did what we had never done. The only time we ever had mail-in ballots, the only time mail-in ballots was even in play was for military people who were overseas. That was the only time mail-in ballots were played. But because they were able to sucker people into believing this pandemic crap, and because they were able to sucker people into, if you go out, grandma gonna get sick and she gonna die, and grandpa gonna get sick and he gonna die, and your sister and the baby and your brother and your niece and they gonna get get that COVID, and you know how COVID is, and they gonna die. And so they use fear to make emergency concessions to allow for mail-in balloting.
Well, Brother Ant, I mean, man, you are a treasure trove of information, man. Definitely.
Can I just add something, bro? See?
Okay.
The
After
same.
that, we're gonna play this video.
Yeah. The thing about and then not to just to build more on Anthony what he was saying, T-Viz, the Phi ZER, they kept pushing these advertisements so damn much down our throat, and they had endorsed certain people of influence and celebrities and athletes. There's a certain athlete right now plays for a certain team in the NFL that's going out with another famous singer, and if NFL, Roger Goodell, all these freaking guys who monopolize it and take advantage of it, shoving it down people's throats that, hey, you got to get your shots. Guess what? Even Biden was saying, hey, during hurricane season, you got to get your shots. For whatever reason, a correlation of COVID versus a hurricane makes no damn sense. And they kept pushing this down our throats. Thank God I'm one of the ones that decided never to get that shot. But yeah, man, I just think, no, like you see it right in front of you. You see it right in front of you. And the pharmaceutical industries will always make multi-billions of dollars, unfortunately, because of it. It's the supply and demand as well.
Yeah, and to your point, they're already starting. If you keep your eyes open and watch, they're already starting to try to do part 2 to this, because they already put down the piece so that the companies that come out with the vaccine for the bird flu, that's the big thing now. So they won't be liable for anything to happen. It's already been passed. They've already passed the law and the mandates that these people will not be held accountable. They will be free from quote unquote retaliatory prosecution for this new vaccine that's coming out. And you've already started hearing the grumblings, because what they want to do is they want to go to the well twice, because they know they don't have a good candidate. But if we can get them to get it where we can do mail-in balloting again, because we got this new pandemic, they can do the exact same thing that they did last time.
And the wheels of bureaucracy turn.
Thing. So, no, I said a lot. Brother Clarence, it's back on you, man. I'm just saying, I would not. Here I come, fellas. That person would not get anything from me. Nothing.
All right, let me watch. Let me turn this video on for y'all real quick.
For sales murder. I never talked to no detective, no police officer, no DA, nobody.
Just arrested and then charged.
Arrested and charged. That's it.
Was the first time you saw Kamala Harris in person the day that the verdict was issued?
She showed up at the 2 most pivotal times in this first trial, and me being convicted and me being sentenced. She wanted to be present for a celebration of a conviction.
That's what it felt like, celebration?
A celebration, that's what it felt like. The reactions I get when I tell people my story is, they say it's the worst nightmare. You know, it's the closest thing to dying.
I remember him from I Love New York, the VH1 show.
Quote real quick. The job of a progressive prosecutor is to look out for those overlooked, to speak up for those whose voices aren't being heard, to see and address the causes of crime, not just their consequences, and to shine a light on the inequality and unfairness that lead to injustice. It is to recognize that not everyone needs punishment, that what many need, quite obviously, is help. Kamala Harris wrote that in her book, The Truths We Hold. Does that sound consistent with the kind of with the brand of justice that you saw administered by offices that she was running?
It definitely sounds like Kamala Harris right now as a senator. But at the time of her being the head district attorney of San Francisco, that is almost polar opposite of what I felt and what our community felt in San Francisco.
So Jamal, where are we?
Right now we are in Sunnydale Projects, where I was born and raised at. This isn't a place that you'll want to bring outsiders into, and a place that they don't want to go. This ain't a place that feels comfortable. It feels like you might get robbed. You might get shot.
Police were keeping files on you, and your brothers, and other people who were living in Sunnydale from a very young age.
They had already had me labeled because I'm in this community as a potential gang member, potential killer, potential drug dealer. You gotta wake up to the fact that, things are set up against us.
There is a conspiracy.
Yes.
It happened to you.
Exactly.
It's proven in court.
Absolutely. Places like this have been developed for predominantly African American people to not be able to succeed beyond it.
Yeah. What did you know about Kamala Harris? What did you know about San Francisco having a black DA?
Nobody in the hood ever worried or focused on the DA position in general, but people did focus on it just a tad bit, that it was black, and feeling like, okay, this black lady in office, Kamala Harris, she was gonna understand where we come from, and have more of a sympathetic way of prosecuting people that come from our communities who have been plagued with no opportunities. This is Hunter's Point, where these different projects and communities used to really war with each other.
Jamal, in July 2007, what's going on in your life at that point?
I had recently just came off of I Love New York, and also that's when my friend Sel Kuka got killed.
More than a year goes by and no one's been arrested in the case. You hadn't even been questioned.
Haven't even been questioned, no. The police was still, trying to get a conviction by all means necessary. When I was arrested for it, the community knew I didn't do it. And it was here we go again. See, this is why we don't trust, law enforcement, because it gets to a point where somebody who didn't do something goes to jail for it. I don't have no history of crime. What's up, boy? I have a history of being around in the community, but that doesn't mean that I'm a suspect. I'm like, oh man, I'll be out within 72 hours. They're gonna figure this out. They're gonna clear this up.
And then when you found out what the evidence was that they supposedly had you on, there wasn't much there. Can you describe what it was?
They had a woman saying that she seen me kill Sel. The second witness that they had really wasn't a witness at all. She said anything that the police officers wanted her to say, and they said that her recollection of the events was extremely credible. So that's what ultimately got the arrest warrant.
The district attorney of San Francisco, Kamala Harris, appeared in the courtroom during your trial twice.
Yeah, the two times that Kamala Harris showed up to my trial was when I got convicted, and also when they laid down the sentencing.
When you saw her on the day that the verdict was handed down, did you take that as a bad sign?
It felt to me that she was well aware about my case, and she was there to set her presence, almost take pride in getting a conviction. When I put in my appeal, the people that's fighting against my appeal to keep the conviction is the Attorney General office. I learned it reading, their reply to my appeal, and you see Kamala Harris' name at the bottom. And now it's starting to feel a little personal.
When you win the $13.1 million, it's a massive settlement. Did you feel like that was enough?
There's not an amount that could get back those 7 years. That 6.5 years that I spent in prison. But instead of me coming home feeling like I was a victim, I wanted to prove that I'm a survivor, and I will not let my story go unheard. I'm not necessarily saying I'm looking for an apology, but some acknowledgement from her that she could have messed up would be, of course, that'd be huge. You could have made some mistakes. You could have missed some things. For me, it was a big miss. You know, I had life in prison. I've met people in prison that was wrongfully convicted. I want my story to be out to provoke reform ultimately. Beyond that, I want to be able to be who I want to be. I'm an actor, you know, I'm a musician, I'm a father. I'm more than this person that was framed. I'm more than this person that was wrongfully convicted.
All right, y'all. We got to wrap this thing up. What do y'all think? Hello.
Well, prime example, when he wanted to talk to Kamala about his situation, she was nowhere to be found. She didn't want to have the conversation with the young man once it came out that he was framed. She didn't want to have the conversation with the man once he won his settlement. She doesn't want to even talk about it now. She don't even want to address the fact that it was her prosecutors in her office during that time that dropped the ball. You heard him say the only time she showed up was during the conviction and the sentencing to set a precedent. To set a precedent as to say, yeah, I'm here to watch you fry, young black man. And I heard him call her black, and Lord knows she is further from that. And I want you to play the Ricky Smiley one too, where he goes off on rant, because this is going. Go ahead.
I don't think we got time for that one, Patrice, because we got to shut it down. We got to start getting up out of here. And we'll come back because we're gonna have to do this for like at least once a month, and before this thing is over with.
Yeah,
and,
well, y'all just ran out. I want to tell him he can go somewhere and have several seats talking like he's that word that rhymes with baboon, but it starts with an R. Start with an R. That's all I'm saying. But anyway, I would love to hear these black men on this panel give their thoughts on it, because this type of thing affects each and every one of y'all in a certain way. Your sons, your nephews, your brothers, you yourself. It could have been any one of y'all. Look at that man in the position.
Don't forget your Latin lovers, OG Patrice.
Yep, you too. Pete, oh man.
I was gonna say, don't forget your Latin lovers.
You too,
All right. Anybody want to tackle that? And as you tackling that, let's get some closing remarks, because we got to shut this thing down. I got some people still in the building over here. I got to get them out of here. So I got to shut this thing down so I can go sweep them out of here. Okay,
I'll
y'all.
go, bro. See, I'll go.
Okay, yes, sir.
Yeah, no, I just said I appreciate you letting me up at the panel, having a voice, and talk to you, talk to everybody, and hear from everybody too. OG Patrice, breath of fresh air all the time. Anthony, appreciate you for always, shooting everything out and giving information that needs to be, put out there. I'm glad I'm not the only one that's kind of had these kind of conversations, because some of the stuff that you said, I've had these kind of conversations a while ago, and it is something serious, and people need to understand the pendulum swinging and the domino effects of what could happen.
Yeah.
And if we don't pay attention, we need to wake up more. And I know the word woke is thrown out there a lot. So yeah, man, I just appreciate it. And Rush, appreciate you too, man.
Word up. Salute to you.
Salute. All right, is that it, Marcus?
Yep.
All right, brother. Thank you. Appreciate you, man. I'm gonna pull you down, man, because we're gonna start trying to wrap this thing up, man. All right, shout out to Marcus, man. Go check out Marcus wherever you can, man. Good dude, man. Good dude. Okay, man. Let's go with Rush, man. What you think, man? Closing remarks, brother.
I think it's unfortunate that the brother had to go through that. Man, I know his blood was boiling, dealing with finding out that, it was, Kamela herself hindering from being a free man.
Wow.
But that just shows you, man, we shouldn't have put her in office because if she has this kind of, power becoming a president, she's definitely gonna misuse her power in a negative way, So, that's what I got to say about her, man. And always remain sucker free, because staying sucker free is my campaign. You heard? Hey, yo, Clarence, man, when you gonna cop on one of my panels, man? You never
man,
support your boy.
You gotta send me some, man. You gotta send me some because I don't know. I don't follow everybody. I'm, it was a time rush where I was, out of work for about maybe a couple of years, but I went back to work, man. So I don't know who's doing what. I barely have time to do the shows I'm doing, man. But if you send me my email, I'm put my email.
What's your email? Put it in the thing so I could screenshot it.
Okay, I'll put it in the back chat for you, man. But yeah, man, if I don't know you doing stuff, I just don't know, and not because I just don't, because I'm doing more things offline now. I just don't spend as much time online as I did before. So if I'm not there, I don't know. But let me see. Let me get it to you right quick, man. Let's see. Here we go. All right.
Put it back there.
Yeah, man, because I definitely want to chop it up with you, man. Let's see. Let me do this.
Throw your channel in the chat too, Rush.
There we go. There's my email right there. So, email me some so I have your email and I can hit you up and say, hey, man, what you doing,
Yeah, I'm about to email you right now. As soon as I get offline, man, I'm about to email you.
Okay. All right, because I used to have to go through what is his name? Chaotic Truth.
Oh, you talking about CT?
Yeah, is he still out there?
Yeah, he's still, man, he doing his thing, man. He's still bubbling online, man.
Yeah,
my
man.
Good
for him. We really never had no issue between he and I. It's just that, he just
he didn't get along with Rico,
Yeah, well, no, he got it on Rico and I think a couple other people, but my thing was with him was he was moving in a direction that I'm just not moving in that direction. So and I like the guy pretty much when it all was said and done, I just said, hey, look, man, let's stay friendly and I'll just stay away from your channel. You stay away from mine and we can do it like that, man. But hey man, just email me and we'll get it done.
Yeah, most definitely, man. Because I like a lot of your material, man. I think you're a brilliant brother, and I definitely want to collab with you, man.
Same here, brother. Same here. I just don't know where to find you unless I go over there, and So just email me where I can find you, even if it is over there. Just let me know where I can find you, and then I can start tapping in more.
Word up. I appreciate that, Clarence. All right, man. I'm out, man.
All right, man. See you. All right, that's Rush, man. Me and Rush met. Let me tell y'all about Rush, man. Me and Rush met. We was fighting like cats and dogs, right? And then one day we said I think we just kind of had the epiphany that, man, both of us are on the same page, really. Basically, I mean, with a few little tweaks here and there, but we're both basically on the same page. Why are we going at it like that? And he really didn't feel like how he was presenting himself to me. I really didn't feel like I was presenting to him. We just said, man, hey, we squatted. Now, me and Rush, that's two brothers that was going to really knock each other's block off, and we came to love each other, man. Good dude, man. Go check out Rush if you can, man. He's over at the Labudo Network, and I don't know where else he is, but go check the brother out. All right, let me go. Aunt T-Biz, man, he dropped so much information on us, man. Thank you, brother, for that today, man.
Hey,
appreciate
you,
man.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
You're welcome here anytime, brother. Come on through with it.
Well, hey, man, it's like I said, in the chat. If you have the information, you can make an informed decision.
Yeah.
Right. This right here goes, and I want everyone to take a look to what everything that guy was saying. And I'm gonna throw a little bit of water on what he said.
Okay.
And here's why.
Okay.
One of the things that he talked about was her being black and everything, and he thought that because she would understand his plight, in what he was going through. Well, I'm gonna tell you this right now. There's a saying, and I know Clarence and OG Patrice has heard this saying a number of times. All skin folk ain't kinfolk.
Kinfolk.
And that saying, it stands true for a reason.
Facts.
These people here will use skin color, and I'm saying these people, I'm talking about all of these far left folks. They use everything that they can to deal with people on an emotional level.
Agreed.
If I can get you tied in emotionally,
Agreed.
if I can get you to vote against your own self-interest for emotion, I win. I can get power. I can get prestige. I can get money. I can do all these things. The reason she showed up at that guy's sentencing and conviction in his sentencing, it wasn't that she was quote unquote really going to like showing like I'm out to get you, black dude. No, that ain't really why she was there. She was in there playing the long game of, you see, I'm here, I'm fair, I have no respect to person, I'm tough on crime, blah 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 blah. That's why she was in there. Had nothing to do with his color. He was just a pawn in her climb to the positions that she was trying to get to. He was a pawn. And the reason why that office was going against her office was going against his appeal process was not because he was a black man in prison. No, had nothing to do with that. It's that an overturn of a conviction looks bad on her and reflects bad on her and her department. That's why they were fighting against it.
Right.
So anytime, and that's why she can get up there and go into Atlanta and get in there, and we'll put Meg Thee Stallion on stage and have her twerk and pop a butt and everything else, so that y'all can all stand around and clap hands and and cheer and all of this other stuff, so she can seem like she's down with the cause. That's why she does it. It's a pawn. It's using the useful idiots to bolster her up and put her in there. Had this whole big Zoom thing with white women for Kamala, white women for all that, and they went and put all of these TikTokers and sports people and celebrities and all these other people talking about how she's remember, the person who never said she was black, never claimed being black, always screamed that she was Indian.
Yes.
But she was up there, they were talking about how we need to do and be start carrying the bucket that the black women's been carrying all of these years, and we need to do this. Why? Because they were pushing they were pushing the narrative. They can't talk about her record. They can't talk about what she has done. So we have to say she's a woman, and she's a black woman, and she's a black and Indian woman, and all of these things like that's supposed to put some type of icing, put this wonderful icing on this crap cake. It don't work. Anytime that people get run around by their emotions, are being led around like a cow with a ring in its nose, because you become emotional about something, you literally put yourself in bondage. It never fails. Go look at every civilization, look at every country where they were able to get the people emotionally, and you wind up seeing the fall of that civilization. We are not that far from it. I'm telling you right now. Don't look at don't look at when you go to vote. I know a lot of people say, well, it's the lesser of two evils and everything else. No, that's emotion. Don't look at emotion. The lesser of two evils, no. Don't look at emotion. That's an emotional plea. I'm not going to do something because I believe that this person is evil and that this person is morally bankrupt and this person is wicked and this and this. Don't look at that. That plays a part to a certain degree, yes. Don't look at that. Look at their actions. Look at their fruit. You will know them by their fruit. Look at it. Look at what they vote on. Look what they go with. Look at all of these different things. And then you come back and you tell me who you should be voting for. Because here's the key part. According to the scripture, those apart from Christ are all wicked. So now what? So now if that's the case, then that whole thing is done by default because neither one of them claim Christ. So they supposedly all wicked now. So what is the fruit of how they move? Who does what? There are people that will give you the truth about those people. Those people will give you the truth about themselves. All you have to do is just pull back the layers of the onion and look at what they have done. I can look and see what Trump has done. I can look and see what Harris has done. One has a better track record than the other. It doesn't mean that everything they do is perfect. Doesn't even mean that everything that they do is right. There are things that Trump did while he was in office. I was not fair. That was not right. I can sit up there and say that. But there was a lot of things that he did policy-wise that was very right. What is the track record? Who has shown to be the best person for the job? Now, if you want to sit there and go, well, they both evil and they both this, and I ain't gonna vote for you. That's between you and your God about how you do all of that stuff. I'm called to be wise. I'm called to be discerning. I'm calling to see who moves in the way. As much as these people sit there and say a whole bunch of slop, there's only been a few that's moved in the direction that they've moved. That's the right way to go. So that's me.
All right, my brother. Appreciate you. When's the next time we can see you? And where?
It'll be. I'm trying to think. Normally it's gonna be at the Village, so it'll probably be Monday morning for the morning read.
Morning read. Monday morning. What time Monday morning?
I will say it's normally 7 a.m. Eastern, 6 Central.
Right
so, and that would make it 4 on your side of the world. So you can always catch us on the replay.
I always catch y'all on the replay. Always catch y'all on the replay. Always. All right, brother. Hey, and thank you for stopping by. Appreciate you, man. Thank you.
Hey, man. Y'all have a great weekend. Great night.
You too, man. You too. All right, that was Brother Anthony T. Biz. And woo, did he drop some jewels, man? He dropped some jewels. And I was like, oh, man, Ant. You know how like it is when you're a host, man. You're like, man, but I gotta go to this video. But he dropped so many jewels, I couldn't stop him, right? And he was just like, bam, 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 bam. But we got lucky over here, Patrice. We got blessed. We got some really good people, including yourself, that could come over here, man. Any one of these people could hit a home run, could run a whole show by themselves, man. Everybody's just so strong, man. Rush, T-Biz, Marcus, Bolo, yourself. Who else was over here today? BMU, everybody. I mean, everybody did such a great job. All right, girl, let me hear what you have to say. And
yeah, I'm not gonna be as long-winded.
No, I need you to be long-winded. Look in the back chat. Take your time.
Okay. Yeah, we always talk about two of the lesser evils. We always talk about the question of our stance on being a Democrat or a Republican. Our whole lives, our parents and their parents, it's just been passed down to us to just traditionally. I know it was for me. 2020, we had a especially Black folk, had a chance to be on what we call the right side of history, right? And for the first time in my life, I lived to see what is quote unquote a Black man become president of the United States. Wanting to be a part of that history, to have a story to tell to my grandchildren, and they can tell to their children and their grandchildren. And I'm proud of that part of my service as a taxpaying citizen, to say that I was heavily involved in the Obama campaign and him winning. And I'm still proud of the fact that he became president and that he won. I was very disappointed in the fact that he did absolutely nothing for our people. And then I thought about our expectations, right, as a culture and as a race. We have always fell for the okie doke, right? We fell for it. We came out in droves for Obama because we thought that this is the one time we was going to have our moment where we can say we won something for us other than the fact that we put him in office. The choices we have now are very poor, and it's sad that we're living in a democracy where this is all we got to choose from. And on both ends of the spectrum, it's bad. You just have to choose based off of however it is that you choose to vote for whoever you want to vote for. My experience with working the Obama campaign, I learned in that moment the science of politics. I have always said, and I always will say, that predominantly our culture and race of people do not understand the science of politics and how it works. And in that moment, with me seeing firsthand, live and in living color, how politics is really ran in this country, that's when I made my decision to vote policy and not people. I won't vote for somebody just because they Black anymore. I won't vote for somebody just because they dangle the carrot in the shiny object and have charismatic conversation. They all are liars, right? So if we want to keep talking about the two of the lesser evils, really do your homework on who has been the lesser evil, who has been in the position to do the most damage to our culture and our people. And then make your decision from there. I'm not saying don't vote on your morals and values. I express wholeheartedly to please vote locally, but you still have to do your research on your local politicians. We just had this situation in Illinois with Sonia Massey, and now these seats are open for you guys that live in Illinois to vote, to get the people out, the police chief that won't step down, these deputies, all these, the district attorneys, your attorney generals, your aldermen, your councilmen. You have the power as a tax-paying citizen. And when these people don't do what they say they're going to do and give you what you need and desire for your culture and your community, you can vote their asses out when it come election, right? We see what's happening again in Illinois, in the city of Dalton, where this mayor just literally ripped that whole city off for $3.65 million, and now she's missing. So when we say we want to vote for somebody because they look like us, and the somebody that look like us is doing more damage to us than the person that don't look like us, maybe we should think twice about having that stance and saying that. I don't care that Kamela went to HBCU. It makes no damn difference to me. I don't care that Kamala is an AKA. None of that. None of that means nothing to me when she never, ever, she took advantage of Black culture. She took advantage of the Black race without saying she's Black, but pandering to the Blacks. She went to a Black HBCU and she drew an AKA. So what? What have she done specifically for our culture and our people outside of take advantage of it and take advantage of us by pandering to us. So again, when you look at her record, and I would encourage you to look at her record and try to decipher what will be the best decision for you. See, because the presidency is just a person that they actually put in office, you guys. They put them there, right? But locally, you have the power, and locally is where it's going to affect you and your family the most, even if you don't vote for a presidency. Because when Biden and Trump went, I voted locally. I did not vote for a president. But whatever the outcome in it is, and for whoever you choose to vote for, if it's not the person that you chose to vote for, don't complain because they didn't win, because you didn't do your part or whatever. I want Black people to realize, and voting is just a small part of it, but it's a big part when it comes to what it's going to look like for us for the next 4 years. Because like I said, either side of the spectrum, we screwed. Just know that. How screwed do you want to be, with or without the Vaseline? Excuse my French. So again, I would encourage Black people to really, really pray on it, to really, really do your research on it, and to really, really think about having a different perspective when you're weighing in the pros and the cons. I know that what affects me and my family is different from what may affect you and yours. But again, we got a chance at being on whatever right side of the history you want to call it for democracy. So I would just encourage you to play your part and do your best. And I will land my plane there, and we can have another discussion later on. We get closer to the election and come November, but you get a chance to do the primaries, to vote in the primaries, right?
Yes.
So make sure you just do your part, guys. Just do your part.
All right.
Thank you, Brother Clarence.
I said, is that it?
That is it. Oh, and the only thing that I wanted to disagree with Brother Anthony on was I agree with everything he said except for the part about Jamal. It wasn't because he was Black. Yes, it was because there was another young man that was up on murder charges that was actually convicted and actually committed the crime, but he was white. She wasn't at his trial. So I think it made a difference to her as her setting the precedence being at that Black man's trial. So people sometimes, I know sometimes race don't play a factor, but then again, in certain cases, race does play a factor. She was at that Black man's trial, but she wasn't at that white man's trial. I digress.
All right, crazy girl. I will see you later. I love you.
All right, brother. Love ya.
All right. Peace. All right, y'all. That's Patrice. And Patrice has always handed me, I call her executive producer because she's always during the week, she'll say, hey, Clarence, we need to talk about this. We need to talk about that. But hey, Patrice, this is 3 or 4 things. I got to pick one. You know what I'm saying? But see, because I know that we have so many brilliant people that come over here. We can't have 6 or 7 topics on one show. Unless we're going to do an 11-hour show, right? And I'm not doing that without Von Bryant up here. If Von Bryant comes up here, I'll do 11 to 12 hours, but I'm not doing that by myself. Shout out to Von. Okay, y'all, let's wrap this thing up. We gotta think about today's show. I need help, man. I need y'all help. I'm trying to decide who I should vote for. I mean, Trump has his good points. Kamala Harris, I don't know if she has any good points. I'm trying to give her some space. Right now, I'm trying to say, I don't know. But if I had to go with just track record and experience, I'd have to go with Trump. It wouldn't make no sense to go with somebody who has, this ain't This ain't running a school district. This is the United States of America, right? You know, you need a lot more than looking good on paper to do this work, right? And sometimes there's some jobs you want the workers to have dirty hands. And this is a job where you need to understand that the person you pick, their hands could get bloody at any time. You're not sending nobody up here to be no Boy Scout. You're not sending nobody up here to be no Girl Scout. This is a serious situation. I told y'all before, these leaders, these high-ranking leaders, man, you get to a certain level in leadership, and you have decisions like this to make. Option A, 40,000 people die. Option B, 50,000 people die. What's option C? There is no option C. It's either option A or option B. Option A, you're gonna make money for the country by selling weapons. Option B, you're gonna make money for the country by selling medical supplies. Your choice. Make the decision. Which business people are gonna be happy? Because that's what it ultimately comes down to, is the business community. America follows the business community. They follow the business community, what the business community wants. Why? Because the business community is the one that plays the quid pro quo game. The quid pro quo, something for something, right? But that's what we as Black people don't get that, man. We think these people should do stuff from a moral conviction. And you don't, man, get to a certain level in government where morality does not serve you. Expediency is what serves you. Right? So you think you're going to you think because Trump is not a likable guy, I mean, he's not the type of guy you would say, hey, come on, have a brew with me. Come on over here to the local pub and have a brew with me, right? Because he's not that guy, you think he can't do a good job. Well, did he do a good job before? Compared to what's been going on lately, you have to really look at it, right? I'm not saying Trump is a good dude. He's not the type of dude that I would invite to dinner, and I'm sure he would never invite me to dinner, right? That's okay. I'm cool with that. But I mean, does he have experience in world politics? Much more than this chick does, right? Right? She was Biden's right-hand man, right? But it's a difference when that's your name on the door, as opposed to I'm coming to represent this other person. You know what I'm saying? Thank you, Eddie. Thank you. I'm coming to represent somebody else. That's a difference. So I'm trying to give Kamala Harris. I'm trying to wait till somebody finds something good to say about her. I think that their strategy is going to be to let her hang out in the boondocks. She's going to be unavailable for almost everything. They're going to let the other guy talk, the vice president. They're going to let this guy talk, right? So everybody can see a man. And at the last minute, the 11th hour, they're going to break her out. And they're going to have all kind of women empowerment type things happening, right? They might even break Hillary out. And Hillary will, stand with her and all that. I mean, who knows? But they're going to break her out and they're going to try to make all the women. Man, most people that vote are women. In almost every cross-section of every society, white, black, green, yellow, purple, and red, most of the voters are women. Over 60% of them are women, right? And women, a lot of times, because their lives are so busy, they don't have time to investigate everything. They might just go off of, like TBS was saying, an emotional thing, right? Just might just go off of that. or his suit looked better, whatever, right? Or her suit looked better, or she's a woman. She's a woman. Let's put her in office. Let's do it. Let's make history, right? Those of us that voted for Barack Obama, right? We didn't even know what he was talking about. We like, because he never said what he was talking about. Everything was buzzwords, change, hope, right? He never really said what he was gonna do, right? But we was like, hey, let's make history. Let's put the man in office. And I don't know why we thought that he would do something for us as black people when we're not putting no money on the table. This is a quid pro quo system. You got to put money on the table. How did the Asians get the Asian bill, the Asian violence bill, whatever you want to call it, across? They put money on the table. They said, hey, look, you can get this done. We're going to put this money in your campaign. Or we're going to hide it here. We're going to give it to this charity that's in your name or whatever. They'll get you that money if they really want it. If they want you to have it. But black people, man, we don't have no super PACs, right? We don't put no super PAC together. We just go to the person and say, morally, you wrong for this. Morally, you should do this. Morally, you should do that. These people ain't got no morals. You can't have morals when you're at that level of government. You can't have no morals. Only thing you can do is try to survive and just make tough decisions that you got to make, right? So I need y'all help, man. If y'all know why I should vote for Kamela, tell me why I should vote for her. If you know why I should vote for Trump, tell me why I should vote for him. I'm leaning, like I said, I'm leaning towards Trump. And I can't stand the guy. I don't know him to not stand him. But he's not my kind of guy. But let's put it like that. He's not my kind of guy that I would, entrust a country with. But, okay, Patrice. But what we gonna do? You got to pick one of them or the other one. You got 3 options. You got 4 options. You can either vote for Trump. You can vote for Harris. You can not vote for either one of them, or you can vote for somebody else. You can write somebody in, right? But the realistic choice is the 3 choices. Those are your realistic choices, right? You can vote for one, vote for the other one, or not vote for either one of them. But whoever's the more popular person, if you don't vote, I'm just saying what the effect of what you're doing is. I know you don't intentionally mean to do that, but the effect of not voting for one or the other one is to vote for the more popular candidate. Right? I'm not going to support evil Claire's. Not in no way. I'm not voting for no way, so I won't vote. Don't matter to me. I'm just giving you your non-vote is a vote is essentially a vote for the more popular candidate. That's what I mean. You can say, hey, I'm not saying that's just the mathematics of it, right? But I don't think black people are going to be the swing thing. I don't think it's going to come down to it's going to be a huge way, one way or the other, right? It's either going to be a huge Kamala Harris victory, or it's going to be either, in my opinion, or it's going to be a huge Donald Trump victory, right? Because both people on either side of the aisle are so scared, right? But I think they're going after the young people because the young people don't care that she ain't got no record, because they ain't got no record. They ain't did nothing yet. So they saying, hey, she's just like me. She's just trying to go out there and do it. That's why they're going after the young people. They're going to have some kind of vote, female empowerment vote situation, right? Okay. But I think what they're going to do is they're going to let Trump talk himself into they're going to let Trump say a bunch of stuff that Kamala Harris, and then they're going to bust Kamala Harris out when she can start hitting him with some of the stuff he said. Right? Ain't no arguing about that. They're going to hit him with the January 6th situation. They're going to hit him with all of these indictments. They're going to hit him with all of that stuff, but they're going to let him say a bunch of stuff to support doing that. In my opinion, that's the strategy. Because if you let Kamala Harris talk now, there's so many people that could come in and say, you know what? Hey, but it's like it's like when they don't put the murderer on the stand, right? The murderer, they won't let the murderer, the lawyer won't let the murderer take the stand. Why? Because the prosecution can then cross-examine them. If the prosecution can cross-examine them and they ain't sturdy, they just break them down like an old battleship, right? We'll see, y'all. We'll see. We got tough decisions because I don't think either one of them can do a good job long term. Trump will do some things really quickly, and that may flip the economy into a more open situation, but it's going to be more open for big businesses. It's not really going to be open for the small man. It's going to be open for big business. And Kamala Harris, what the hell does she know? She's going to pretty much do the same thing. They're making it seem like she's for the little man, but she's not. She's going to be for the rich person as well. That's why they ain't telling you what her policies are. They're not telling you nothing because they're exactly like Trump's. So you and me, we got to decide which one of them is more capable. One thing I can say about Trump, we know his, we know his shortcomings right up front, right? But Kamala Harris, man, you have to wait 2 or 3 years into her presidency to find out that she don't know what she's doing, or she had a nervous breakdown, or the day the Russians were about to push the button, she ain't coming to work because she had her cycle happening. You know what I'm saying? So, oh no, please forgive me, sisterhood. But hey, that's a realism, right? That's a truism. When you're a man, you're a president, man. You got to come in. Women saying that you slept with them, interns saying that they had oral copulation with you. You got to come in. You still got to show up for work. What's going to happen if a scandal happened on Kamala Harris' watch? I just can't come in because she just laying on the couch watching it, right? Oh, Clarence, you just making a what do you call that? You stereotyping her. I know I am. But what choice do we got? We got Trump. See, we're looking for nice guys and nice women. At this level of politics, there is none. Only thing you got to think about is, okay, Trump is willing to help Group X. He's going to help Group X. Now, in helping Group X, I'll be able to benefit from him helping Group X. He ain't trying to directly help me, but he can help Group X. That's where we have to open our eyes as Black people. We have to open our eyes and say, okay, so maybe I need to join up with Group X, right? Longshoremen, Electrical Union, whatever, I don't know, just Group X. Same thing with Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris is going to help Group Y. If I attach myself to Group Y, that may benefit me by being attached to Group Y, and she's saying she's going to directly help them. She's not going to directly help me as a Black person, but she's going to help Group Y. Why? Because they put money into her campaign. Y'all see how this game goes? This is a quid pro quo system. This is not like back when you was in Africa and you were sitting around and then you had an issue, you could go to the Council of Elders and the elders did the right thing. They made sure they had made a moral decision, man, that, that was fair for everyone. You don't have that today. president ain't obligated to be morally upright at all. When you get to a certain level of politics, somebody got to die. Somebody's got to die. Somebody has got to be. Somebody's gonna catch one of those missiles. Okay. Somebody's not gonna get enough food. Not because there ain't enough food, but because you ain't on speaking terms with these people, and you can't get the food to them. That's the reality of what we're dealing with. So we see how Kamala Harris does it. Since then he said, tighten up. You're getting close. You're walking the thin line, Brother Clarence. Okay. All right, y'all. Let's wrap up and let's get up out of here, man. I'm going to try to contact BMU this week. See if we can do that show this week about our sisters being called hoes, bitches, sluts, tricks, tramps, and whatever else that other black men want to call them. Because to me, the Honorable Imam said, a nation can rise no higher than its woman. You can't rise no higher than your woman. If you calling your woman, see, it's what I don't understand about black men. If you calling your woman a bitch, what are you? Like, what are you to be a man that instead of trying to help who you perceive as a bitch and try to help them into their queenhood, you just gonna keep kicking them, right? Here this big white man been kicking your ass for 400 years. You won't even take a motherfucking swing at him, right? Excuse my language. You won't even take a swing at this man. But the black woman you kick every chance you get, right? She's a hoe, she's a slut, she's a bitch, she's a this, she's a that. White man sodomized you for 400 years. You won't even take a swing. You want to be his friend. Hey, take me to the golf course with you, right? I don't get it. I can't comprehend it. I can't comprehend it. But maybe BMU will break it down to me somewhere, and I'll say, oh, okay. Now I see there's a good reason why you calling a black woman a hoe. Okay. I know, Sister Eddie, I'm sorry. Please forgive me, God. Oh man, Lord, please forgive me. I just, y'all, I just feel like black women just get such a bad deal, man. They just get such a bad deal that it's so easy to kick them. You got an open enemy that has systematically taken you, literally make you have to come to him for everything. Food, clothing, shelter, job, everything. You got to come to your open enemy for that. You won't even take a swing at him. But the black woman, you put your hiking boots on to kick her, right? I don't get it, man. I don't get it, man. I think we should have a little more. But Clarence, they call us this and they call us deadbeats. And I know. But we're not talking about them. We're talking about you, brother. You want your woman to be a good person. You have to be a good example of forgiveness. You want them to forgive you. You need to be an example of forgiveness. Show them what forgiveness looks like. I think I made a good point. Those of us who say we believe in Jesus, show me where Jesus was addressing some, hey, ho, go get me some water. Hey, ho, you lucky you in there. You lucky I'm here. They would throw all these rocks at you. Get back out there and go hoe again. Go hoe once more, right? When did Jesus say any of that? Jesus tried to encourage our people, man, to get their character together, because he knew a day was coming where their character is going to play a major part. The difference between your life and death is your discipline and your character. That's the difference between you living and dying in today's world. My wife was just telling me, we were just sitting there talking this morning. Was it this morning? That was last night. We were talking. You know how you just sitting down and talking. She was just telling me about how, like Liam, you was saying, man. She was talking about the sister, man, married this cat, had protected sex with him all the way up until after the wedding. And the dude was HIV positive the whole time. No, not HIV, excuse me. Had AIDS. He had full-blown AIDS. Didn't look like it, though. But he had full-blown AIDS. Gave it to her. She can't do stuff like you used to do. Hi, I'm Clarence. Hi, I'm Michelle. Hey, let's go out on a date. Okay, cool. First night you out there, man, and everybody's feeling everybody, and then next thing you know, you just jump in the bed. You can't do that no more, man. You're literally risking your life. You're literally risking your life. We got to think better. You know what the problem with us is? It's not that we lazy. It's not that we stupid. It's just that we were taught not to think. We were taught not to think. We were never taught how to solve our own problems. We was always taught to come to somebody else. Mr. White Man, I got a problem. My woman ain't acting right. Clarence, go hit her, go slap her in the mouth. That'll fix her. Hey, gee, thanks, Mr. White Man. You try to go slap your woman in the mouth. Old school, maybe they would have took it, man. But today, try to do that stuff today, man. You wake up dead. You wake up dead, man. Try to do that to black women today, man. Go put your hands on a black woman. My thing is, why even get a woman that you feel like you need to put your hands on her? If a woman resists you, your manhood, if she resists your manhood by competing with you, well, I got a degree too, and I got it. Okay, I know you got a degree. Okay, that's cool. Glad you got a degree. But I'm just talking about me right now. When we get to you, then you can tell me about you, right? But some of our sisters got chips on their shoulder because they've been given, they've been put in positions where if they don't have a masculine framework to work from, they will be taken advantage of, and they understand that, and that's why they do a lot of the stuff that they do, and they get caught up in doing it. Nobody wants to hear this. Not nobody, excuse me. A lot of our black men don't want to hear this, right? Because it's easier to just say they just hoes. They just this way. What is that saying about you as a man? What is that saying about you as a man? And if you really want to go back to it, whose fault is it that she's sinning? It's her fault, Clarence. Really. I read a book that says, as by one man, sin entered the world. If that one man had to do what he was supposed to do, there wouldn't be no women sinning. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, you're going too far, Clarence. Now you're going too far. Well, you said you believe in Christ, not me. You said you believe in Christ. When did Christ ever approach anybody in that manner? Huh? Come on. I'm just a truism, man. Patrice said tricks have to butt from the hose. Tricks have to butt from the hose. I don't know what that means, Patrice, but whatever. I don't know what that means, crazy girl. I don't know what that means. Patrice will explain it, man. That's why I like having Patrice over here, Annie and all them, Reese and all them, because you know they just smart women. All right. Oh, tricks have to buy from the hose. Okay, I got you. But I'm just saying both parts are broken, Patrice. Both of them are they broken wings off the same dirty bird, as Malcolm would say, right? Let's don't be a trick or a hoe, right? But that's what I'm saying. Men historically just judge women so much harder but they participate in the same foolishness, right? Just like the people that was going to stone that woman. Where's the man? I don't know. We don't know where he is. He ain't the point. She's the point, right? She's the point. I hear you, Patrice. She's the point. I'm just saying, man. I'm making my you know, I'm putting my line in the sand here. I would prefer that we don't address our women as hoes and bitches, even if they're out there doing that type of work or that type of stuff. When you dig down deep enough into it, you'll find out that that is mostly a trauma that has driven them to do that. They don't have a internal personality that they came out of the womb with that personality to get involved in something like that. It was usually some type of trauma, and then of course some type of situation that opened itself up to them to do something like that. Our sisters, they the woman of God, right? But if you can't see it, then you're gonna talk to them wrong. So because see, you're gonna keep calling our sisters hoes and bitches, but I ain't gonna be the one come after you. Somebody else is coming after you. I'm trying to warn you before that person come after you and say, this was my sister, right? This is my sister. This is my family. How can you call my family a hoe and a bitch? Even though she in the middle of doing that, she's just doing that because she don't know no better. You gonna have to explain yourself. Huh? Well, everybody else do it. Right? You got to explain yourself. Not me. Right? Right? You know what I'm saying? You're gonna be able to how you gonna explain yourself? Oh, we was calling women bitches and hoes. That's just because they out there being bitches and hoes. Oh, okay. I remember a man said, he said, you treated me wrong. You treated me bad. You treated me, and he said, I'm gonna remember that. You treated me this way. You treated me that way. And the group he was talking to said, wait, when did we ever treat you like that? We never treated you like that. We always gave you the highest respect and treated you good. I left my family to come follow you. I did it. He said, did you treat these people like that? Did you treat these downtrodden and down people? Yeah, them we did. Yeah. Look at them. They bums, hoes, prostitutes, stupid people. Yeah, we treated them like that. They deserved it. He said, inasmuch as you have done these things unto these, my brethren, the least of these, my brethren, you have also done it unto me. Am I lying? It's because somebody said, Clarence, you lying. Am I lying? He said, inasmuch. He said, Lord, when did we do all that? He said, I left my family. I was making money. I was big balling out there fishing. Right? My brother, me, we left our families to come and follow you. When did we ever do something like that to you? He said, did you do it to these people? The least of these, my brethren and sisters. Well, yeah. Look at them. They hoes. They hoes. They bums. They prostitutes. They dead people. They zombies walking around here. Of course we did. Of course we said that to them. Say, inasmuch as you have done this to the least of these, my brethren, you have also done it unto me. Uh-oh. So I think how we approach our people in their madness is those of us that say we believe. You think Jesus would be out here calling people hoes? Or do you think he would be ministering to hoes? I don't know. Maybe it's me, man. Maybe I'm looking at it the wrong way, right? Maybe he would just come out and he just have a shotgun. Ho, bow, right? Maybe that's how he would do it. I don't know. I think not. I think I read what he said, and I think I understand what he said. He said, there you go, Sister Annie. He said, nah, these are my people right here. And, these are my people. They said, Lord, what you doing here? We've been looking all over for you. You sitting here. Do you know who you eating with? Right? You know who you eating with? Basically, you know who you eating with? Niggas and Mexicans. You eating with niggas and Mexicans, niggas and essays. Right? Hey, see if you can find that in Matthew, Sister Annie. Bolo said we have to be mindful of the words we use that can build and destroy. Yeah, I mean, that's all I'm saying, Bolo. That's all I'm saying. I just feel like, our sisters get such a bad rap, and yeah, they're out there doing a lot of stuff that they shouldn't be. I can't argue that. What I can't argue is that's not their nature. They've been what's the man, the Good Samaritan? They've been hit over the head with a teaching that taught them that they was nothing except an ass to shake. Right? They've been hit over the head with a teaching like that. So they got amnesia. They don't remember who they are. A lot of them, they don't remember. Right? They don't remember when their man, the man that they had in their life, they was proud to have his name. He had a holy name, and he had so much land that he was in control of. They was proud to be around that man. They don't remember that. They don't remember that they had a religion that helped them. They had a connection to God that helped them, that helped everybody come together. They were communal people. There wasn't no old folks home. You had a family member that was down, man, you took care of them, period. Sister Annie said that'll be a no. Not even look for it. We such a good team, man. Cause Sister Annie's a straight man, and I'm the comedian. I'm the fool, right? Bolo said we don't have no love for our people no more. And that's the truth. That's the truth. But especially our sisters. Elijah Muhammad said, no nation can rise no higher. A nation cannot rise no higher than its women. Why? Because the women teach this. They're the first teacher. They teach the children. If your woman is teaching that black men are not, they because she's been so scarred by black men abusing her, till she teach her children, don't trust the black man. Now you got a whole generation of children that don't even trust a black man. And we got some black men that's so wicked, man, that they are, jumping on these kids. But who's opening all these doors? It's the men. It's us as men. We opening these doors because we got such vitriol for our women. But Clarence, they got it for us too. But that's okay. That's okay. You can win over your woman, man, by just not saying nothing. If you can't say nothing, my mama used to say, if you can't say nothing nice, don't say nothing at all. Some of y'all remember that. And the kind of woman that you want to see, y'all want to be able to just push down on all these women. And I'm like, how is that? So me and BMU going to have this conversation, right? We had this conversation. Maybe he will tell me, hey, Clarence, there's a reason why. I mean, it's a good thing to be calling the black women hoes. Oh, okay. You going to convince me? Okay. I'm open. I'll listen to your case. I'm telling you, I'm right now. I haven't even heard what you're gonna say, but I'm at 95%. I probably will not even. It's no case. You can't show me where Jesus was doing it, then you got no case with me. Well, Clarence, it was hoes back then. I didn't say it wasn't no hoes back then. I said you can't tell me where Jesus was addressing people like that and telling and admonishing them and saying, "Look at you, you just a hoe. Get away from me, girl. You just a hoe." Right? I'm gonna give you one example, one last example, then we out of here. Jesus told the woman, right? Go give me something to drink. Go give me some water. Why would you trust a hoe if you? But see, he was trying to teach her something. She could be whatever she want to be. She could be a helper to a man without having to take her clothes off. Jesus said, "Hey, go over there and then I'm gonna hit it when you come back." He didn't say that. He said, "Go give me some water." Okay? Go and sin no more. Huh? Come on. See, some of us, man, we don't want to really look at the truth, man, and really dig deep into it. What he was trying to show her is that she could be a helper to a man without taking off her clothes. Right? What's that song? Gigolos get lonely too. Shout out to the time. Gigolos get lonely too. I want to have fun without taking off my clothes. Yeah, I mean, you know, you gotta take off your clothes every time that you bundle TV.
Long stroke in the middle.
Hey man. Hey man, I love this brother so much, man. He's a good sport. He's a good sport. Yes, sir. Can I help you, sir?
Yes, sir. And I won't be long, I promise you, because I know Anae is looking at her watch. I just wanted to say this one thing to what you were saying,
yes, sir,
pertaining to everything, right? And this is just Matthew chapter 9, verse 10, because that's why I wasn't gonna interrupt when you and Black Man was speaking.
Yes, sir.
Again, you know, we have to understand the context in which the scriptures are being used, right? So it says here, now it happened as Jesus sat at the table in the house, that behold, many tax collectors and sinners came and sat down with him and his disciples. And when the Pharisees saw it, they said to his disciples, why do your teacher eat with tax collectors and sinners? Why these dudes, you know, remember Christ spoke up, corrected, rebuked, talked about whoremongers, he talked about whores, he talked about tax collectors, he talked about adulterers, he talked about all these different things, and then sat down and broke bread with them. Now, again, we can just read that scripture and move on, but when you marinate in the discernment in the Holy Spirit, because that's the problem. The problem is we just want to rush through it and read through it and not marinate.
Hey, brother, if I'm leaving something on the table, please put it out there. Put it out there on the table.
So
even if it's against what I'm saying, please put that out there.
It's to the point of what you're saying. It's to the point that it's not what you're saying, it's how you're saying it. Because here it is, Christ is rebuking these guys austeriely. When the scriptures talk to you, Christ wasn't a light speaker. He spoke stern, very sternly. But yet he still can sit down and have these people. Look at it. They came to eat with him. He didn't sit at their table. So they had to feel some type of reverence and some type of openness to be able. Oh, this dude just rebuked me 5 minutes ago. And now I'm going to come and sit down at the table and eat with them. So there had to be some type of love that was given with rebuke. That's the point. Then it says, and when Jesus heard that, he said to them, those who are well have no need of a physician. Those people that are healed don't need a physician. But those who are sick, but go and learn what this means. I desire mercy and not sacrifice. For I did not come to call the righteous, but sinners to repentance. We have to understand this is what we're supposed to do. You know what I'm saying? That we have to understand that there's a reason why he wants us. Again, not saying you can't correct, not saying you can't call out what that sin is. Absolutely you can. But understand the spirit and the openness that Christ, they came to sit with him, right? That Jesus sat at the table in the house, and behold, many tax collectors and sinners came to sit. He called them vipers, hypocrites, whoremongers. And they came to sit with him. Why did they come? And the Pharisees and the Sadducees, obviously, they understood that they had a variance against Christ, right? Is sitting with these people. The Pharisees and the Sadducees came to the disciples and said, yo, why is this dude down with these people that he just rebuked? Now, this scripture is not towards, it's not towards the openness. It's not towards the rebuke Christ was given, because Christ rebuked them. It's the mercy and the grace and the love in which he rebuked them. Because when my parents scream at me and cuss at me, I'm not looking at them like they don't love me. I'm not looking at them like they don't care for me, right? It just might be whatever I did at that moment was so crazy that this is the type of conversation, or this is the type of rebuke that I need to have in the moment. But when we go out there and we talk to people that we do not have relationships with, what we're doing now, you can't talk to them like that. You can't. Now, if you're in a forum where you can, cool. There are some forums where you can talk like that. This Let's Talk a Better Black Life is not that forum.
Definitely.
That forum. Are there forums where you can have conversations like this and people understand this is the temperature? Absolutely. There's certain platforms you go into and you just know it's going to be pandemonium. So you speak, so you acclimate yourself to the situation, right? You acclimate yourself, okay, these cats, they not really into order, so I can just cut people off and do whatever because this is what they do. But for these men and women that were sinners and tax collectors could be killed. For them to want to sit with this man that was nothing but the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help me God. There had to be an inviting spirit about it. And it doesn't mean you can't speak ostrichly. It just means that sometimes you can speak in that manner and they can feel the vibration of there's no love in your conversation. They hear what you got. You dig what I'm saying? So that's it.
But here's the thing, Bolo, because you tell me, because see, I feel like our women, because see, I don't remember. Now maybe you might be right. I don't remember Jesus ever. I remember him rebuking the men. I definitely remember him rebuking men, but I don't remember him addressing no female that type of way.
Yeah, he rebuked you. He rebuked the woman when she came and said to him that her child had a demon in him. And he said, yo, listen, man, I don't give the bread but to the children. And then he said, I don't cast this unto dogs. I came to give this to the lost children of the house of Israel.
Yeah, I'm not saying he didn't rebuke them. What I'm saying is he didn't address them as hoes or
no.
That was my point to him, was they was never addressed in that manner. Yes, of course he rebuked them when they did wrong, I wasn't trying to say that was when maybe he got that understanding, but that wasn't what I was trying to say. What I was trying to say was the way he came at the people, especially the sisterhood, was always in a way to encourage them to do better, not in a way to put them down. At least that's what I remember. But you correct me, brother, if I'm wrong.
You're absolutely 100%. You know, the scriptures say, you know, as quickly as you take away, be as quick to put in. Because too much rebuke can destroy a person. And the way you rebuke a person can destroy a person. So the Lord spoke in general towards the sin. And you
good
your
point. That's a great, excellent point. Where was you 3 hours ago, man? Yeah, man, that was a great point. Great point.
You know, he spoke in that manner. Now, again, good point that Enya brought up towards Nathan and David. You know, Nathan can check David the way he did because of the relationship when he's talking about, you know, if that dude went and took, you know, the I forget the parable he used, but it was towards a rich man taking a poor man's thing, and you know, David was like, hey, who's that damn who did this? And he's like, you did it, bro. You did it. You know what I'm saying? Because of the relationship that they had. If a regular dude would have walked up to David off the street and said, David, man, you out of your damn mind. David would have split that dude in half.
Yeah. Agreed.
You dig what I'm saying? So, you know, it's the context in which it was. Yes, Nathan was hard on David. Hell, Daniel was hard on Nebuchadnezzar's grandson. Relationship. This is why the Lord said, render unto Caesar belongs to Caesar. Although you might be right, you got to be mindful of how right you are and how you speak. I just can't come up to my father and say, mother, effer, you wrong.
Right.
He's going to whip my black behind.
Right.
So, again, if I have a relationship with Michelle and her and I are speaking personally, I can be like, yo, stop acting like a hoe. Stop doing that. But if I'm speaking on a forum publicly, how are the people looking at it? How are you being perceived? You dig what I'm saying? So when the Pharisees and Sadducees saw the sinners and the tax collectors eating, that perplexed him.
Yeah.
It confused them. Like, how could this dude rebuke them the way he does? And then he's chilling, eating, and these cats want to be in his presence. Because it's something, even if what you were saying I didn't take in, there's just something about your presence that's inviting to me to want to be around you so I can sit around you and just soak in what you got going. What's going on here? So even if I don't believe what, you know, Brother Clarence is saying, his spirit is what invites me. I want to be around this brother. I just love his spirit. I love the way he talks, I love the way he treats the brethren. I love the way he teaches the sister. There's just something about him. I love him. And that's going to open me up to the message. Just that alone, just in you treating them right. It's like that dog that's been tied up in the elements all its life. This dog don't know what your intentions are. It bites you. When it sees your intent, when it sees how you're treating it, it has nothing to do with, you know, all of that trust comes later. It first has to let its guard down. I can't trust you if I don't let my guards down first. There's an order in how it happens. So for me to trust my brother Clarence, I got to put my guards down. And then when I put my guards down, now that thought process and that spirit of trust opens up. Now the words that you got to give me, I can do it. So if you have a woman that's been abused, she ain't trying to hear a damn thing you said. She's girded up. She's guarded.
Yeah.
You dig what I'm saying? So
yes, sir.
Once you penetrate that garrison that she has set up because of what she's gone through, now she's open to trust. Now she's open to all these things, and that's how it works. Ain't no one gonna trust you if they're guarded.
Right.
I don't know how that works. So, you know, just reading Matthew chapter 9, verse 10, you have to sit back and say, damn, this man here was very harsh. Christ wasn't a joke.
No, sir.
When he cut you, he cut you. especially him being the Holy Spirit, you know you getting cut. So for these dudes that get cut, these men and women that get cut and still want to eat with them, not even hear his gospel, just eat. I just want to be around you. Christ ain't preaching here. He's just chilling. And these cats come to him. He didn't go to them. They came to him. That says a lot to how he presented the message. Doesn't mean that you can't be hard and stern, but there has to be love involved in it. I can know when a brother is stern with me, you know what I'm saying? And know
Yes, sir.
Stern with me in love, opposed
Yes,
to
sir.
stern with me and don't give a damn.
Yes, sir.
The dude that that doesn't give a damn, I ain't trying to hear your message, even though your message might be right. You know, I ain't trying to hear your message. Why?
I'm trying to hear you, man.
You know what I'm saying? But that person that's talking to me in love, there's a big difference. So that's all I came up here for, brother. I didn't want to keep you here because I know Anae's looking at the clock.
Yeah, man. What would you have for 4 hours ago? I could have used that. Oh man. All right, but that's good though, because
that you know it's the manner in which it's being said is important. So when you say it in the spirit of men have been getting ridiculed, it's the woman's time. That's not in love.
Well, I didn't say that, bro. I was repeating. So somebody said that.
I'm saying that when you look back and you hear it, and you're saying, "Well, you know, men have been ridiculed." Also, you know, what about women? We can't move that way because women do that. What about you? Hold on, I'm rebuking you right now. When I didn't wash the dishes yesterday, you should have said something to me about not washing the dishes yesterday. But now that I'm talking to you about not washing the dishes, you want to talk to me about not washing the dishes? That's off. So if we're rebuking, you know, a woman who we know is the weaker vessel, which means that there's certain words that we need to use to gain her, to let her hear you, doesn't mean that we're not giving the truth, and it doesn't mean that we're not rebuking. We can't rebuke women the way we rebuke men.
See, that's all I was trying to say, man. Hey, man, let me tell y'all something real quick, man. Me and this brother right here, man, you know, we don't have so many phone conversations in private, right? In private, we will say things to each other that in front of y'all, we ain't gonna say it like that. Because we know we got women around, we got children maybe listening, but it's just him and me talking.
Oh, yeah.
We'll tell it real, right? We'll tell it real. So that's all I was saying, man. I was trying to get across to him that, hey, it's a different thing. You can't put them two together, man. You can't, because guess what? When that intruder breaks into the house, what you gonna do? Push your wife out the bed? Go down and see what's happening.
I understand. I understand.
You in trouble.
I understand.
You in trouble. You are in trouble. You in trouble. I just want to tell you that.
I'm in trouble.
You in trouble.
Brother, first of all,
because I was being good.
Brother, you clicked me on. You could have told me no, Bolo. Don't come on.
I was being good.
Don't blame me.
I don't even understand y'all.
Excuse me.
I mean, y'all ignoring what I'm typing in the chat. I said I see it's 4 hours, but let me go up there. Maybe is it close to 4 hours? Is it close to 5? What's wrong with y'all?
Oh my God, we love you, sis. Oh, okay. What would we do without you? Oh man, we love you.
It's fine.
But you know, I can't take all the blame. Part of the blame is Von Bryant.
Yes.
This is Von Bryant's fault.
It's Von Bryant's fault.
Yeah.
Von Bryant that's in the chat with me?
Yes.
Mind his business?
Yes.
Oh,
yes.
okay. Okay.
Yes. We gotta find a way to blame Von for everything, right? Nobody gets mad at Von. Nobody gets mad at Von. We can blame Von.
All right. I just came up here to let y'all know. Tighten up. Okay. It's 4 hours and 53 minutes. Okay.
All right. Yes,
and you
ma'am.
said you had to go, Brother Clarence.
Yeah, I do.
First of all, great topic.
I do. I
And
do. I
you
just
don't even
spirit
understand how thankful I am. And thank you, God, that you get to get glorified in everything.
Oh man.
Everything. We talking about politics, and he still get the glory in all of this.
Yeah.
So I'm just thankful for that. So y'all lucky. Y'all, this what y'all try to do. Y'all try to read scripture and try to not get in trouble.
No, we go because he got to go and I got to go. So we gonna get out of here. Yes, ma'am.
All righty. Okay. Love y'all.
All right, love you too, sis.
All right. Bye-bye.
That's another good sister, man, right there. Wait a minute. Let me say this, Bolo. Let me say this, Bolo. Bolo. Let me say this real quick. That is a good sister right there. That is a good sister. I mean, she's just good from the inside out. Okay, yeah, she came up here and ribbing us a little bit, but definitely she's a good sister, man. So both of us very blessed that she visits our channels. And it's like family, either his channel or my channel. It's like family. So you know what I'm saying? We bring all the we bring all the paper plates to his place. He bring all the plastic cups to our place, right? So it ain't no thing but a Wayne. All right, man. Before she come up here again and you get in trouble, shout out to the Internet Soapbox, by the way. When's the next time we can see you, brother?
Tomorrow morning, 7 o'clock, Lord willing.
7 o'clock. Is that PM or
Eastern
AM or
7 a.m. Eastern Standard Time.
My man. All right, right on. Right on. Okay, brother. Anything else? Last word?
Nah, man. Thank you for your space.
Oh yeah, all the time.
And again, there's a time and place for everything. So under the sun. So there is a time and place to have conversations like what Black Man was saying, and to talk in such a manner as Black Man was saying. We just got to read the temperature of the room and know when that time is. So
yeah, man. Yeah.
All right, man. Yo, listen. Do me a favor when you
what?
I didn't say anything yet. So you say,
what?
Can you do me a favor?
How you say something?
I'm
what? I'm trying to what? Because I know you trying to ask me something. Well,
you don't even know what you just
I ain't trying to ask you something, brother.
Just clean the belt.
What?
Yeah, clean the belt.
What you talking about this belt thing? What you talking about? Oh, you talking about that little thing you did back there? Oh, man, come on, man. Come on, man.
Yeah.
I keep trying to tell you. The real situation is coming.
I understand. I get it.
All of y'all want to see who's the most talented, Brother Bolo or Bro C. Which one of us is the most talented, well-rounded, and so on and so forth. I know that's what the public is looking for. Don't worry. We ain't gonna disappoint. We gonna give it to you.
I'm outside right now with a kite with a key connected to it. I'm doing science and everything, brother.
We had to send Brother Bolo back to the New York Public Library to get some books. Try to study to catch up to Bro C.
Word up. Until then, just do me a favor and just polish the belt. That's all I'm asking.
Huh? What? Okay, don't worry about it, man. I see where you trying to go, man. It's not even, you know what I mean. I know it's late at night, you sleepy and everything. So I'm gonna let you go ahead and get that off. But guess what?
What?
I love you, man. I love you so much. But guess what?
What's that?
I ain't gonna have no mercy this time. I ain't gonna have no mercy.
It's all good.
The gloves is gonna be off, right? So you can't say, but Clarence, you told me you love you. I still love you.
Right.
I'm gonna be like a parent. I still love you. But you gotta get this whooping. You gotta get it.
You gonna get the smoke, brother. I promise you. I promise you.
Bro C and Bolo TV, we are not going to disappoint, man. We're gonna have some ups and downs, some ins and outs. Y'all, man, we gonna give it to y'all, man. Y'all, we've been making y'all wait, but we're gonna give it to y'all, man. When y'all really when we bust it out, y'all gonna be like, dang, Bro C went in. Bolo went in. But hey, we got to do it because this is the real competition. The other thing was, light little thing. I'll let Bolo, go ahead, his ego and everything. I didn't want him to, break down, cry, everything. So I just let him go ahead and win.
However I get it, I'll take it. All I'm asking you, like you always do, for some reason your microphone don't work, you can't hear me. All I'm asking is that you just keep up. That's it. That's all I'm asking. I don't the belt not one time since you've had it.
Let me go online here and buy some Kleenex right now, man. Let me see. I can get the large box of Kleenex, man. I can send it out there. It'll be the NYC in a couple of days, man. You just hold on to it, man. Keep it wrapped up until this thing goes. This thing is over.
All right, brother. I'm gonna get out of here, man. I know.
All right, man. Love you, man. Love you. Take care of yourself, man. All right, peace. You know what, man? I know a lot of y'all, man. A lot of y'all be like, man, ain't nobody good on the internet. Everything. I got very blessed, man. I fell in love with some really good people, man, and so I got very blessed, man. I got very, very blessed. So, and I think I got some people that tried to listen to me. Intellectual stocks. I gotta tell you, hey, man. Sometimes you gotta cut these people loose. The people that you love them, but they swimming upstream. Right? You're like, no, we swimming this way. They go, no. If you with me, you gonna swim upstream with me. Now, bro, see, I'm a Taurus. I've been hard-headed all my life. But one thing, I'm not hard-headed enough. I don't go upstream, man. I don't go against the Lord, man. When I see you moving against the Lord, I say, oh, okay, that's it. And the Lord has blessed me with being able to just, I don't even have to see how a person move. I can just listen to how they talk. And I say, okay. Because a person's mouth is the window to their brain. They're going to talk in a way that lets you know what's going on in their brain. So if they talking crazy, man, you ain't got to disagree with them. Oh, no. You ain't got to, you ain't got to, what you call that, confront them and everything. You just listen to them. They making 2 + 2 sound like 46. I'm done. Right? But shout out to Brother Bolo, man. Go check him out tomorrow morning, man. He reads a little passage every now and I think Monday, Wednesday, Friday, he gets up in the morning and reads a little passage, man. He get up for you, man. He don't get up for himself. Well, he get up for himself too, because he getting something out of it too. But what he getting out of it is not money or nothing. He gets those of us that's believing in the Lord, when we do stuff that the Lord is moving our heart to do, we get the peace that the Lord gives us, man. It's a special kind of peace that you get as a believer, man. But it's hard to explain it to you if you're not, in the fight too, man. So get in this fight, man. So you glad you tell me to be a Christian? I'm telling you, do follow the path to God. Whatever path leads you to God. And if that path is leading you to God and you can live a good life and treat people right and help people live better, then hey, who am I to judge? Because your religion or your pathway has a different name than mine. Who am I? I'm still trying to get this. I'm trying to get Islam right. I can't say nothing to you because, you doing this religion. Are you following this path? Who am I? I'm just a believer trying to do it just like y'all. Okay, y'all, let's get up out of here, man. By the way, go over there and check out Intellectual Soapbox. If you haven't already subscribed to the brother, good young brother, man, trying to just build something over there, man. You know what I'm saying? And so just go over there and get a brother a try. You know what I mean? Are you going to like it? I don't know. Maybe you might, man. Brother's doing some good work over there. And, just get a brother a shot. That's all I say, right? Just like you give me a shot. Give Bolo a shot. Give us a shot, Give Rush a shot. Give everybody a shot. Try them out. Sometimes you may be feeling them. Sometimes you won't feel them. But hey, you never know, man. You never know, right? You might fall in love with the Intellectual Soapbox, right? I love that brother, man. When is he coming on, right? You know what I'm saying? I got a few people that be like, "What, bro? See is on, man. Let me click him on, right? No matter what I'm talking about, right?" But don't get me talking about the black woman, man. I'm gonna be fighting you like a tiger cub, right? I'm gonna be fighting, right? I'm gonna fight you over the black woman. But that's me, you know what I'm saying? BMU is another deal. You know what I mean? So, but I'm gonna try to set that up for this week. All right, y'all. So this the thing, y'all. Go out there, give y'all some homework. Go out there, man. Find somebody who you can pray for. I sent this to the inner circle. Find somebody who you could pray for. Because see, all this talking is cool. All this talking is cool. But find you somebody who you could pray for. I told my granddaughter, I said, pray for this little girl that's lost. There's a little girl that was lost up here in Burbank or something, right? She was lost. 15-year-old girl rode her bike to her aunt's house, never showed up, never nothing. And every day that went by, so it happened to come on the news, and my granddaughter said, oh, man, that's terrible. That's bad. That's bad, Pop. I said, I know. But you could say a prayer for her. You might help her. She might. My granddaughter prayed for her. The girl got found the next day. So prayers work, man. Sincere prayers work. Even if it don't happen in the time you want it to happen or the way you want it to happen, if you pray and you sincere from your heart, man, a lot of good things can happen. All right, fellas. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Let's do the roundup and then we out of here. The chat was where it's at today. Everybody came through the chat, even though we don't have our resident sniper right now. Right now, resident sniper is a little under the weather, but she's gonna be back. So all of y'all trolls, don't get your hopes up, man, because our resident sniper will be back, and you know how she get down, man. Ask questions never. Right? She just shoot to kill, right? Shout out to Risa Neal, man. She said shoot to kill. But you know what I mean? Everybody in the chat did good. What's going on, Rilla? Yeah, we still out here, man, but we about to wrap it up, man. Find somebody. That's your homework. Find somebody to pray for, man. Oh, class, I can't find nobody. You can't find nobody. You got a house full of people that you live with, and you can't find nobody to pray for. That don't say something about them. That say something about you, right? We got to open our eyes, man. We got to open our eyes. We over here. We doing this. We doing this. God life, right? I had some people that was around my house, right? And I told them, hey, I'm about that God life. I said, I'm about that God life. They was like, yeah, a friend of theirs got killed in front of my house about maybe 5-6 years ago, right? My wife's the one that called 911 for the dude, man. 2 to the dome, pop, pop, right? Every year they come by and leave balloons and all that. So I got to go out there and tell them, hey, look, I'm going to take it out of here, right? Whatever you leave, I'm going to take it out of here. We got into it a little bit, man. They go, hey, my man, the dude, he was a in-hood Crip or whatever. I don't know, whatever kind of Crip they said he was. He was very much known. I said, I see. I see. Right? They got mad at me. I said, hey, shit, I could see that he was known. Shoot, you know what I'm saying? He down on his luck for real. Right? People don't just take you out that close to your house, right? He lived a couple blocks away from me, right? But he was walking down the street. And they just pulled up on him, man. Pow! Got him and the girl he was walking with. Put them both down. But they was trying to tell me, oh, man, we on this Crip life. We this is how we do it because, we on this, we do this Crip thing. And I'm like, but I'm on the God life. I ain't worried about you in your Crip life. You know what I mean? Don't send me to pray for you. Right? I could pray for you, but not in a good way. So, no, let's just stop it right here. But we ended up working it out, man. All right, y'all. So look, I'm gonna try to set the thing up with BMU, right? He said we should call our sisters bitches, hoes, tricks, tramps, whatever, right? That's what BMU said. He came over here and said that today. So I said, no, hey, please don't do that, right? You don't know what these sisters been through. You think they out there just doing this stuff because they just born like that? They born like that? No. They've been misled. Their mind have been altered to think other than themselves. but we got into it about that, right? And we didn't really get into it, man, because Black Man is my man. We ain't gonna get into it like that, but we definitely got into it, right? But I'm gonna try to invite him over here this week and let's have that conversation. That's right, Intellectual Soapbox. Get well, Risa. All right, so we out of here. Everybody in the chat, strong performance, solid. Everybody solid. Everybody came on stage. Rush. Who else came on stage? Bolo, T-Biz, Marcus, Patrice. Who else came up here? I think a couple other people came up here. Any came up here, right? I think we had a couple other people. Everybody that came on the stage, I can't remember now, should have wrote it down, but everybody who came on the stage did an outstanding, excellent job. Everybody did good, right? So, strong performance for everybody. Very solid performance out of everybody. So we shall be back this week. I think I'm gonna try to get Black Man on Thursday night. Hopefully he don't do a show on that night, but I'll try to get him either Tuesday or Thursday night. Let's see if we can hook it up. All right, y'all. Remember, you got some homework. Find somebody you can pray for. Just pray for them. Say a little prayer for them. Even if it's you, even if the person you got to find is you, pray for somebody, man. Just pray for some good vibes to come into somebody's life, man. And you never know, man. That might get paid back to you, man. But see, we have to learn. We know how to play with each other sexually. Now we have to know how to learn how to pray for each other spiritually. Uh-oh, bro, see. Here you go. You're going to start another hour. Okay. All right, y'all. Peace.